Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City Council retreat agenda for the Saturday, March 30th, 2024. We have a robust day ahead of us, so we'll go ahead and turn this over. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City Council retreat agenda for the Saturday, March 30th, 2024. We have a robust day ahead of us, so I don't sound for the Saturday, March 30th, 2024. We have a robust, I sometimes have accused of repeating myself, but usually not without technology assistance. Okay, are we ready? We're ready. Okay, well, AI is getting ahead of me. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being on time today. We will go ahead and get started with our retreat agenda for this Saturday, March 30th, 2024. I'll turn it over to our facilitator. Welcome. Gonna have the red light on there.
There we go. Okay. Well, thank you for being here. I want to quickly thank you all on behalf of your citizens for giving up your Saturday to do this. I know you see this as part of your job, and it is. However, the amount of time you put into these kinds of efforts is significant. And I'd like to acknowledge that on the front end. So thank you for that. So the retreat agenda today, which is in front of you, is the result of a process, an interview process that you all participated in to create this retreat. Hey, Mike. What I'd like to do is go through the ground rules, which I think are included in a packet that they have. And then a little bit of an overview of the agenda for the day, and then we'll begin.
Michael, if you would, just do a brief introduction of yourself for folks who may be watching at home and didn't have the pleasure of meeting you previously.
Oh, sure. My name is Michael Pendleton. The ground rules in front of you, many of them are self-explanatory, but I want to go over a couple of them I think that are important. I'm particularly fond of the first one, which is empower the facilitator. You brought me in, and the process I want to use is predictable. My role really is an air traffic controller to get us started, have a good flight, and get us in on time. So we'll talk more about that. A couple of other ones I like to point out. I haven't been in a meeting with you before, so I don't know your discussion norms. For me to do my job, I'd like you to raise your hand or get my attention. I like to keep a discussion queue for a couple of reasons. One, it really helps efficiency in the conversation. And two, we're taking phrase notes, and I do that as well because I'm going to produce a report for you. So it'll help me index kind of where we are when I'm writing the report. So it's very, very helpful to me in that regard. So that may be a little bit different than what you're accustomed to. That said, there may be conversations, follow-up conversations, and I'll maybe have someone jump the queue if they're responding to a question and so on. It's just a normal flow of conversation that you would expect in a discussion like I hope we have today. Listening, sign of respect. I like to point that out. Probably the most powerful thing that you can do, and for a number of reasons. The research on this is really clear, but it's just important. So I think spending time really understanding what your colleagues are having to say, and if you have any questions about that for clarification, it's really important that we acknowledge those and get those answered along the way. And you can self-facilitate. So move on and avoid saying the same thing twice. So it'd be quite useful. Some of us are more verbal than others. I will attempt to make certain everybody has an opportunity to weigh in. I'm not forcing you to have a conversation that you don't want to have, but I want to acknowledge on the front end that I hope the conversation is free flowing, and I want to make sure everybody has a chance to participate. And the final thing is, I think, have some joy today. I very much enjoy these processes, and I hope that you do as well. Create some good outcome. So, any questions about the ground rules? Okay, the agenda. So the agenda should actually look in some respects very familiar to you because you identified a number of these topics that you wanted to discuss. I have no real way to know how long these conversations are going to go. I ordered these discussions in terms of the number of people that were interested in having them. And I put a matrix together that I used to help put the agenda together. John and I then collaborated on it because he knows the details of the topics and so forth. So we'll just move through it. I think one of the outcomes of today, there's really two. One is to have these discussions in the morning so that you have a better understanding of where one another stands on certain issues, more information shared, what have you. But often the morning half of a retreat like this informs the second half of the day, which is the setting of goals. And so that you may gain information and understanding that would influence the process of the second half of the day. I've articulated the process on your agenda. I don't need to go through it just now. I will at the beginning when we get to the afternoon process, but this retreat's connected in that particular way. Are there any other comments or points of view that need to be out before we begin? Okay. A number of you identified the different usages: downtown, a downtown center, a downtown park, and in particular different uses and approaches to understanding this concept. This was the number one concept that was, or topic that was raised that you wanted to talk about. So with that in mind, I think we'll just begin with downtown. A number of you have identified it. So I open the floor to your points of view on this and why you wanted it on the agenda and thoughts that you might have.
I'm happy to start if no one else
Jason?
wants to.
Okay.
Yeah, at least kind of get the conversation going. The downtown center / downtown park has been a topic of conversation for many years. Speaking for myself, I think that I have heard from folks and certainly from my colleagues over the years that Lakewood being a suburban city and being relatively built out has not had the benefit of a longstanding downtown urban core. It has happened by happenstance over time rather than from intentionality. And so I think the council has long wanted to see a vibrant, open urban space that could be attractive for multi-generations to come and use and create that stickiness factor that would attract maybe different boutique style, maybe even more larger style retail, so that families and their children and seniors could come to this area and have multiple activities to engage in, whether it's enjoying a movie at the theater, hopefully enjoying a new library area or a bookstore, hopefully having a restaurant or local winery or brew pub or other beverage of choice place to kind of enjoy and frequent, all within an area that's walkable, pedestrian oriented and friendly, interesting other retail, centered with a downtown park, like many other vibrant communities have. Walla Walla, I think even Wren Landing, Kent Station provides that. Even University Place has a little bit of that now. And I think Lakewood is due. And we can talk about the components as we go around the room of what a downtown park with multi-generational uses can look like. But to me, I think it's critical at this genre of Lakewood's age and stage that we do consider and invest in a downtown park appropriately to kind of generate what we want.
Okay, conversation. Mike, and then Patty.
Well, I agree that a downtown park or parks is that it's time. First 25 years since incorporation, we can rightly be proud of the growth and development of parks in the city, but we focus them at neighborhoods and with Fort Steilacoom Park. Because we didn't have a downtown park, we then had the North American Lake going on where we're doing things in Ward's Lake. But Fort Steilacoom Park became the place of whenever there was something new, we would put it there. And people are starting to see, there's starting to be a little bit much in Fort Silicon Park. So it's the downtown's time to be able to go and do that. I think that we've seen some beginnings of the positives of that with how the Colonial Plaza events have evolved. You know, for many years, we were concerned that how do we get the full diversity of our community to go to someplace? And when the parks were somewhat neighborhoodized, if that's even a word.
It works.
That we tended to get groups that went to place, but not groups intermingling. I think the downtown is a place that can cause that to happen, and that helps us strengthen and leverage the diversity of what we have. I like the mayor's thoughts that it needs to include some things that are multi-generational type attractions. And going to look to go and do that. I think that, you know, the current round on the park CIP of you know, really doing well at Wards Lake, really getting the ADA things and other things, and Harry Todd and doing that goes off. And that's not to say that there won't be other parks related projects, but I think for us to focus, and the reason we need to focus is most of our parks development has been places where we had real estate. And the challenge with this is that we have to deliberately strategize of acquiring the real estate for a park or parks in the downtown in order to make them meaningful. And while that's a challenge, it's also a benefit, because it means that once we get the real estate, we have a blank page to design a park in terms of what it is, and we have seen, and so we can include a lot of the things from a cross section of the community's desires, and we can learn from other communities of what the kinds of things they have in their downtown core parks that have made them really viable gathering places. There are some cities that we can point to that do that, and then there are probably also some cities we can say we want to shy away from that. But so I really see that this being a goal that's not just a 2-year goal, but over the next 6 years is something that we need to bring into fruition.
Okay. Patty, and then Ryan.
Thank you, Michael. I definitely agree with my fellow council members who spoke up already. I think it's a great idea. I think it's something that we need in downtown that will help revitalize. I love the fact that it's very close to transit. It's very centrally located. There's an opportunity for a lot of retail space there. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for some serious innovation there to do something that is one of a kind. Wow, we haven't seen this before. I mean, it's a blank slate. Of course, I want things like a spray park there. That's what our residents really like. I think some sort of center building, recreational, some sort of multi-use facility there would be nice. I don't know at what scale, but that's something else we hear a lot about. But I would really like to just see something very innovative for this park, something very forward-thinking. things that we haven't seen in other places, just not a replica. Oh, let's just do a park downtown and do a spray park. No. What are the things can we bring in? Can we bring in an app that people could use while they're there? Could it be different types of products that are very, of course, like STEM oriented or very environmentally friendly, you know? They go along with the whole LEED stuff, how we build anyways now. So a lot of things like that. I think it's very open to build something really great, and I am for it, and I would love to see it happen. And I think Councilmember Branstad, right, this is not just a 2-year, this is our 6-year plan. This is something we want to really work towards and make happen, and make it happen instead of just talking about it. And I think we're finally getting to that place.
Okay, exciting, Ryan.
Thank you. So I'll first touch on the park. You know, as Councilman Branstad noted too, that, you know, we've really had a lot of commercialization in Fort Steilacoom, and I think largely in part because we've owned the park and it's easy to do what we want there. There's 300 acres, you know, but we want to, you know, we don't want to just take the easy way out. We want to be thoughtful with where we're, you know, doing improvements and how we're doing improvements. And, you know, the more and more improvements you do in a certain park, that can lead to some unintended consequences, you know, crime, people hanging out there at the wrong hours and those sorts of things. So I do want to be mindful of that. And I think that, you know, a downtown park or a couple downtown parks would really help offset that and give us some places to expand and kind of spread out our city events and those sorts of things. Some other, you know, we've been going through this Edgewater Park public comments and those things, and the meetings have been fairly, you know, kind of hostile, if you will, or, you know, just a lot of different opinions and kind of hard to wade through some of the information, but there have been some good takeaways. And you know, one of the way we're trying to provide access to water for folks, and really I do think a spray park or splash pad or whatever you want to call it, you know, in the downtown area would really be the way to provide access to water, you know, water enjoyment and activities for lots of folks. And it you know, it's really an appropriate way to do that for everyone. There's lots of parking in the downtown. There's other things in downtown, you know, you can get, I would encourage people to go to visit some of the other retail places, you know, on the weekends or whatever. So I think kind of pairing those up in the downtown would make some sense. Let's see, as it relates to the downtown center and, you know, with the multifamily tax exemption discussions that we had recently, there was some thoughts about, you know, what can be done in certain areas. And we got an email this week about the mixed use and really taking a look at what we want in certain areas. And if, you know, there's a map that I don't know what it was, but showed the town center and then the colonial overlay area. And presumably I assume that those are areas that are required to have some elements of mixed use, and maybe taking a look at that map and seeing if, I don't know when that map was updated or created, but, you know, if we want to expand that into other areas and, you know, not just have those two areas or combine them or, you know, different things. So as well as really taking a look at the comprehensive plan and our design standards and, you know, the other aspects of development codes to make sure that they all jive well together. You know, we've got the item, the topic of on-street parking. I guess we're going to cover that a little bit later, but those to me kind of all go together. And so making sure that we're just being super thoughtful in what we want, what our vision is for these areas. And making it happen and being specific enough that it will, be easy enough for developers and folks to do the developments, but not so strict that there's no flexibility on getting the work done. So those are my comments about the item 1 there.
Can I ask a quick question? Do we all have a common idea or agreement on where a downtown is in Lakewood?
Well,
I just,
speaking for myself, obviously the city hall anchors a portion of the downtown. I call the area by the AMC and Barnes and Noble kind of the entertainment zone of the downtown. And then you got retail obviously surrounding it. You got the transit area. So I would think this is the quote unquote downtown from my perspective. Yeah, the core. So if you ask the question, where should a downtown park be? That's a different question. We can talk about that.
yeah, right. I just, there's an assumption in the conversation, and that is that there's a common view of where downtown is an idea, an innovation, the kind of things you're
Yeah.
talking about. It gets very exciting. The other part of it, though, that you haven't talked about, maybe because everybody knows, but for clarity, where is that in your view? Mike?
I think there's a couple of answers to your question. One is in terms of planning that we did a half dozen years ago, where we contained a central business district downtown plan. So we have drawn a place on the map of where we do that. Now, as to where the community thinks the downtown is or should be, I think that that's maybe different. I think it's maybe smaller. That longer term residents thinking back into the past, look at the Villa Plaza and the iterations that have gone through for when there was a walk-in mall and being able to go and do that. I think so. That is a thing that we will have to, in addition to developing it, I think, educate the community about where the downtown is and what they should think of as the downtown. I think that will change over time depending upon how development evolves to be able to go and do that. But we should be not starting with a real fixed view of this is the downtown, but we should start with a goal of there should be a vibrant downtown, in that it's not in our minds, but in the eyes of the community. And that includes people in the business community as well. Of where is there a vibrant downtown, being able to go and do that, and then sub areas within the downtown for arts and things like that can evolve as well. So it's not really a question that I think that has an answer today.
Okay.
But it is a question that needs an answer or a evolving answer.
Okay, Tristan.
All right, there we go. Hi, good morning, everybody. So first I'll answer my definition of downtown. Having grown up here, I see it as a triangle that encompasses 112th at the south end, Gravely Lake Drive, all the way up to Bridgeport, and then back down to 112th. So that kind of centrally located, developed area that.
Third piece of the triangle, 112th Bridgeview?
112th Bridgeport and Gravely Lake Drive. That.
Okay.
Follow that big circle, if you will. Yeah. And then my comments on a downtown core. We lost our community center. We lost our library. We lost a lot of our opportunities for generations of our community, being the youth, our working age folks, our retired folks, to get together and really have that sense of community. And I think this is our opportunity to maybe bring that back by developing a plan that includes a multi-generational community center or a library that can give us a place to have arts and cultural events, right? We've got the theater here in town, both the AMC and the Lakewood Playhouse, and really leaning into the arts and culture side of things, I think is really important, and understanding our community's history and our demographics to appeal to everyone who is here and has been here for a long time, as well as folks who are coming in from outside that because of the nature of our community and a lot of movement with JBLM, being able to recognize that as well. So this gives us the opportunity to have engagement with members of our community and really have a centralized space to allow people to gather, because we don't have a gathering space right now.
Okay, Mary.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I agree with what has been said, so I won't repeat it. But the one thing that I've heard over the years since I've been on this council is that people, the generations that are coming or that are here, want to live where they do not have to have a car. And with the production that's going to take place over in that, that Target area, I think a downtown park would be something that will help people to get to know their neighbors and to understand and appreciate the fact that they don't have to have a car, but they can get around to where they, without public transportation. So that would be one of the reasons I would see that being a big proponent for our city.
Okay. Paul.
Thank you. Couple of things. I like Tristan's definition of the downtown. I think that that's a really good definition, 112th Gravelly and Bridgeport, because I think it's easy to understand. It includes the school district property, which I think there's opportunities because there's a lot of activities at Harry Todd and whatnot. I like the idea of a multi-generational community center. I think there's good templates out there for it. I think this is a real opportunity, and I dovetail onto Mary's remarks of we're going to talk about density, and we're going to talk about density, I think, in a little while here. And, you know, if we're going to have 85,000 people living here, you know, we need to be thinking deliberately about parks, right? Rather than, and if we have to fight about every 25 inches, which apparently we do, because there's a fair number of people who don't like parks in this community, I think, where we're finding out. You know, we need to be thinking ahead 3-4 steps, and this is probably 2 steps ahead, or maybe a step behind, because we should have been thinking about it for a long time. And then there are other areas too that we should be thinking about parks to keep up with that growth. We don't have, I don't think, a service delivery plan as to if we add this many people, we should have this much in parks. And I agree with Councilmember Brandstetter's remarks that, and I've been supportive of all the things going on at Fort Steilacoom, but we are in danger of loving it to death. And the reason is because, like Councilmember Pearson said, we own the land. People love using it over there. I think they feel safe over there at Fort Steilacoom Park. There's plenty of parking. But remember, we've got the H barn in process. The stadium's almost done. The H barn's in process. And then we've got this interpretive trail that I don't know how much impact that's going to have. So we need to be thinking about new opportunities and growth in that regard so that people can use this. And I think this is actually a great conversation and a really great opportunity. And I appreciate everybody's remarks about really getting this right.
Jason?
Just one comment. Tristan mentioned the defined sort of boundaries, which I agree with to an extent. One of the items that we should recall as we go through this conversation is our current planning for the Green Street Loop. So that is an action item that's in play. We're actually going to Washington DC to advocate for some federal monies for that. And so with that in mind, I think that kind of is a bit of an overlay as well on where we want to have the pedestrian oriented activity zones, if you will, in the downtown, because we've already made that part of our planning process. So as we go forward, we can chat about that.
So is that an expansion of the area then that,
It's what we call a linear park.
okay,
It's more pedestrian oriented, but it was an effort by the council some years ago to say, we don't have a downtown park, so at least what can we do is create a linear park, pedestrian oriented, biking friendly, that would link what Treston has identified as well as the Colonial Plaza area, right? So we kind of have some ability for people to have some mobility in an appropriate and safe manner that unites these two zones, if you will, the Colonial Plaza and the Central Business District or the downtown area.
on the topic that that's embedded in that comment, the notion of connectivity, is that part of the sort of the thinking in terms of, because of Mary, you said no car. What came to mind then is, well, do we walk, do we ride our bike, or do we live there?
It's absolutely, again, I don't want to speak for the whole, but it's absolutely part of the thinking because we have a very vibrant transit center right over here. And we have community activity, if you will, through the city hall and certainly some of the shopping. And we also have activities that are ongoing and future to be had at the Colonial Plaza. We want to safely link those areas in a way that makes sense.
Okay, Patty, and then Mike.
Thank you. I don't know if this is the place for it, but I know we were talking so much obviously about this park and that we want to get it done. How do we make sure that this is our priority? I would like for us to stop talking about getting this downtown park done and actually start moving on it and moving it up to the top of our parks list.
So one way to do that would be this afternoon is if this or some idea like this was nominated as a goal and you selected that, the presumption that I have about goal setting for organizations is if it's one of your top goals, you'll do it. You'll fund it, you'll start a process to do it and what have you, assuming you have the capability to do that. And of course, the consensus, which means it would be higher up on the goal list. If I were the manager and I saw that, then that would be something that would get pursued. So I know of no other way for something as big as this to happen unless the council says we want this to happen and let's plan that out. So that's my presumption. If there's a different point of view, it'd sure be important to hear.
And that's why the tax increment financing work that the manager has done with staff is in play because he recognizes this is a priority and he's working on funding mechanisms to make it a reality. So all of us would like to see it happen yesterday, but we know that government acts and reacts a little bit more slowly than that. So being intentional is what we're trying to do for sure with our priorities.
Okay, Mike? Mike, you're in the queue.
Well, yeah, I'm going to say in that I think that whether it's the downtown park or it's just the downtown and the business district, the time is right to make that a standalone goal. Yeah. Our goals in the past have tended to be citywide or broad goals. And I think that when we incorporated and we were doing all that, I think that was fine, but the time is now to particularly articulate the fact that creating the vibrant downtown with all of the elements that would entail, and to include places to recreate, places to work, places to live, okay, and of lessening it to be less of a drive to destination and drive away from destination. If you look at an aerial picture of the downtown, particularly the core around here. It's gray. I mean, it's basically, the area is paved over with asphalt. The greenest thing is, I think that there's one building over there that has a green roof. To be able to go and do that, and that tells me that it's probably a heat island, okay, to be able to go and do that. And in early areas of city, we had property ownership of a variety of significant parcels in the downtown, of where, in my view, their parochial vision was, what I have now is profitable for me, so I'm not interested in being a catalyst for change and being able to go and do that. And we have, but we also need to establish a goal where we're not expecting to do this all by ourselves, that I think there is room for partners. There's starting to be some turnover on the library board, and I hope that we get some people there that are a little bit more community focused for all the communities in Pierce County, but particularly us, in terms of where they're gonna go through and do, and some other things. So, so wording the goal is important. To narrow it down, rather than the broad goals that we have historically have of do something somewhere, everywhere.
Okay, other comments, Jason?
Just one comment to dovetail on what Patty indicated about, the time to act is sooner than later. I think we have all been contemplating what we are describing as our vision for a long, long time. And as part of the conversation about, we've kind of are doing a good job of fleshing out the what and the why. And I think we've started embarking on the how. And what I would hope that we would think about considering, I'm really concerned that we can't let existing mall ownership completely control our destiny and our vision for the future of the city. Because I think, in my opinion, sometimes we have a conversation and we hear back, and it's like, well, they want to do X with their property. And then we kind of are back on our heels, as opposed to saying, well, that's fine, but how can we partner with our vision? Not necessarily your vision, but our vision collectively as a partnership to make a more vibrant downtown. So I think for me, I'd like to be more intentional and perhaps a little bit more time aggressive to make this happen in our generation. Because otherwise, the example that comes to mind to me is Sound Transit in Pierce County. And we have waited a long, long time to achieve some of the vision that we were sold when we all are now ponying up a lot of money for Sound Transit 2 and 3 for transit opportunities to finally come to Pierce County. Yes, we're partnering with Sound Transit for some good walkability amenities here in Lakewood, which is great. But I don't want to take forever, is my thought here, on getting this planning into reality. The exercise is one thing, execution is another. So.
Okay. Any other comments on this before I move us to the next topic? Anybody else have some comments? Before we go to the next topic, I'm hearing pretty much a consensus that there's interest. I won't say, and it sounds like high interest, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think being innovative, I'm hearing the city serve as a leader, but work with partners. Connectivity, density now becomes important. It's a big project. I didn't hear a lot of differences on the general location, although it seemed generally that I didn't hear anybody go, no, wait a minute, it's over here as opposed to there. And the final thing I think I heard, and there may be other things, John, if you've heard some things, please speak up. I think I'm hearing that the time is now. It's now, and other things have happened and so on. So the timing now seems important to you as leaders. So anything else that I might have missed, just in summary? Yeah, Tristan.
Just a process question, and it kind of follows up on what Patty was saying, as far as prioritization. And in this retreat and exercise, are we going to go through prioritization of parks projects, transportation projects, that kind of thing? Or is that, I mean, those priority lists already exist. Are we touching on that at all? Or is that sort of a future outcome of our change in goals and vision?
So from my perspective for today, I mean, you can clearly do what you wish whenever, but for the process that we're going to go through today is in the afternoon. I'm going to ask each of you to identify up to 2 to 3 goals that you'd like to see compete with one another. 5 goals? No, we didn't say 5. We said. He must have found some extra money. It's like,
Yeah, right. He's always
but so,
wanted-
so the process would be that we would. Right. It's like, oh, 17 goals. Okay. So, but we'd identify a long list of goals and you'll talk about what those are. There may be some consolidation. There's a process that will get you to a list where these goals will compete against each other, and then they'll fall out in terms of your priorities. And the assumption there is that those goals then would inform work plans, budgets, initiatives, that they're real. They're not, and we'll talk more specifically about the nature of goals and provide a little guide. But I think this discussion, you're right in that park where this is kind of what we'd like to see happen. We'd like to see it happen now, and so on. So that's how today would inform. You may have other processes, and we're getting ready to talk about one that I'm quite familiar with called the comp plan, which has its own thing, and they may be very related. And a project that you're talking about, the magnitude of what I'm hearing is going to cause other city processes to have to come into play. There's no doubt that you'll have to do that. So to the question, will we identify and prioritize parks today? That's not on the agenda at all. So, okay, Mary.
Yeah, I would just express the fact that we've learned over the years that people love coming to City Hall. So anything that we can have for entertainment or socializing in this area, I think a lot of people would appreciate that, which would add to the park.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, anything else before we move to our next topic? Okay. 2024 comprehensive plan, and embedded in that discussion, and again, working with John, we kind of pulled some topics together that seem to hang together. You see on-street parking, design standards, housing density, and other things that have been brought up. So, and several of you identified this as a discussion topic. So I now open the floor to comments and thoughts and what you'd like to see relative to the comp plan. Mike, and then Ryan.
First of all, I think that we're been preparing for the 2024 comprehensive plan update. We're actually months, if not 2 years into it, to be able to go and do that. And it's a bit difficult for us to establish goals around that plan because we are somewhat in a situation of the tail wagging the dog. That much of what we have to put into the comp plan, and particularly as it relates to things about density and other things, are mandated or are in response to quasi mandates that are coming to us from Olympia primarily, but also from the Puget Sound Regional Council and the Pierce County areas to do that. So I think that our real goal is to make sure that the comp plan is a blueprint for a community that the people who live here want, while meeting all of the mandatory requirements that if we don't meet, potentially jeopardize funding from that's going on. So, right now, the comp plan process is in the hands of the planning commission for them to come up with a draft to give to us to be able to go and do that. I think if there is one thing that I have a concern about, it's making sure that when the comp plan itself document moves from the planning commission to the council, that we have enough time to work with it before the deadline where we have to have it and submit it. The other thing is that I think that is in terms of things around density and things to do that, I'm a little bit less likely to want to prioritize putting things in the comp plan to plan for people who aren't here yet. I really want to make sure that we have a comp plan that is first and foremost going to serve the residents who are here. And I am uncertain how all of the mandates that we have will align with our commitment to diversity and equity in a meaningful way, and that when we get around to actually having the comp plan in our court, that we take enough time and that we particularly look at not just meeting the mandatory requirements that are coming down from on high, but that we come up with something that's in line with our residents' vision for how we want things to go. And there are going to be some conflicts in that to be able to go and do that. So I don't think it's going to do that. But the other thing is, I think that in the 2024 comp plan, while it is put forward as the mandatory big look at the whole thing, that is, it's not intended to be do something in 2024 and then forget about it for another 6 years. We got to make sure that we maintain the comp plan as a living document that we can adjust as we see resources and needs and desires evolve. So I'm not sure that I need to put the 2024 comp plan as a council goal. It's a statutorily mandated annual activity. So I would like to be able to say that we're going to do our due diligence each cycle of the comp plan, and the fact that the 2024 scope is a bit larger than it is in usual years. I don't think that we want to do that. I mean, to be really honest, I recognize that because of the mandate of being able to go and do that 2024 comp plan is a big chore for staff of having to work through all of those things that were being mandated to try to adjust to do that. But for us as a council, I think that our goal is to make sure that the comp plan remains a living document and that we look at it every year to see what we can do with the idea of not meeting mandated items, but of making the community better.
Okay. Ryan, Tristan, and Jason.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of comments that Mr. Brandstetter noted, as far as, you know, making the comp plan one of our main goals. Yeah, I don't, it's definitely a living document, but I do think that the state has kind of forced our hand to kind of making us take a look at, you know, maybe a larger overhaul of the comp plan to make sure that we're getting development the way that we want it and not just, you know, allowing a free-for-all based on the requirements the state is putting on us. So there's a few things that come to mind. You know, being able to promote thoughtful, aesthetically pleasing development in areas that make sense for more development and more density. We have to hit these massive density, or, you know, we're supposed to plan for these massive density targets. And so, you know, I just, in order to protect our existing residents, you know, standard of life and the things that they like about their properties and their neighbors' properties and their neighborhoods, you know, I don't want to see areas in, you know, our neighborhoods being developed in multifamily, you know, townhomes and duplexes and fourplexes and a number of those things. That's not, I don't think that's where the appropriate, you know, development is. If we're going to be needing to account for, you know, 3,000 dwelling units, like let's put it in an area that can handle it next to arterial roadways, not in, you know, neighborhoods with 30-foot wide right of ways and those sorts of things. So let's do what we can to kind of help control and facilitate where that density can go. At some point in time, you know, the stars will align and this development's gonna happen. And we need to get out in front of it and do everything we can to help promote it, help plan for it, and help, you know, get it the way that we want it, because it's going to be here for the next 50 years or 60 years, you know, longer. I think the energy plan says that they count on 100 years. So, you know, when you drive around parts of Lakewood that have been here since pre-conception, there's a lot of old unsightly apartments. And so we don't want to have another generation of that going on. So, you know, making sure that our design standards, our architectural design standards are thoroughly, you know, vetted and, you know, really almost even come to council as, hey, this is, you know, what we would expect to see given these design standards, and let us take a look at that and say, okay, yeah, we can get behind that. That looks like a, you know, a nice building rather than, you know, just a box, right? Like no one just wants boxes everywhere. That's so, we want some character in Lakewood. We want some architectural, you know, architecturally interesting looking buildings. At least I do. I think that, you know, the majority of folks would. And then, you know, Mr. Brandstetter noted about making sure that our comp plan includes stuff for the people that we currently serve. And that is very important, but it's also important to plan for what's going to happen, because that also protects the people that we serve. And, you know, we need to be especially thoughtful about what could happen in certain areas and planning for that. Like, you know, we just had a discussion about the multifamily tax exemption, you know, and people not wanting an apartment next to their house or down their street. And so, you know, those are some things that the planning, you know, we're helping protect, you know, existing neighborhoods and those sorts of things. So, let's see here. Yeah, that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay. Tristan and then Jason.
Thank you. I'm not going to speak to the comprehensive plan as a whole, but instead to some of the subtopics that are listed here, like on-street parking. So as we in the future start to fill in our city and increase density, and we're adding sidewalks in places, we're eliminating parking opportunities for our residents along the way. And we've seen this present itself as challenges along Veterans, on Gravely, and Tillicum. I'd like for us to consider our processes and standards to balance development and what I call livability, which may mean combined use where we're putting sidewalks on one side of the street and parking on the other, or we're setting up pay parking in areas, or something to allow that sort of mixed usage so we're more walkable, as Deputy Mayor said, for our folks who don't have vehicles, but also understanding that a lot of our houses have lots of people living there. And as we increase density and add ADUs and add more folks within a given parcel, there's going to need to be places for them to park. And as I understand it, some of the bills that came out of the legislature don't allow us to require parking on those lots for folks as they bring them in. So that means we need to account for it in our planning. Thank you.
Okay, Jason.
Just briefly, not to repeat, I agree with what my fellow council members have articulated here. The comp plan in itself is underway for the 2024 review. So I don't see that as a quote unquote goal per se, but articulating, as we've heard, a proper vision for this city for the residents here now and those in the future really is the goal. And you know, what we're articulating are components of vision, which is something I think we should be chatting about as part of a planning process. What is the vision? We talked about the downtown park. We've heard about density struggles. You know, what I hear out there is Ryan kind of articulated, people are concerned or fearful about any sort of goal that plans density for density's sake, even though we know we're kind of mandated to deal with some density. We hear on one side, people don't want more apartments, but on the other side, people want more quote affordable housing. I also hear people want to have housing that's suitable for seniors. There are a lot of folks that live around the lakes with larger homes and they would like to scale down, but they tell me time and time again, they just wish there was some product for them, a quality product close to quote unquote the downtown that would be available to them so they could move into. So that should be part of our visioning and goals that feed into a comprehensive plan update. So I agree the density and the growth we have to plan for has to be aesthetically pleasing, has to be quality, and has to meet the needs that we hear from the community. And incentives such as an MFTE, to me, must be for the kinds of product we want and not necessarily the density that we must accept from state mandates. So I think that's a tool in our toolbox that we can use as part of this goal setting process, visioning process.
Okay, Paul.
Thank you. Good remarks. And so a couple items on the comp plan. First of all, I think the downtown plan is, in my mind, proven to be problematical. Everyone seems to not feel like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, right? So the public is mad, they're losing Barnes and Noble. We're amazed that they're building this big apartment complex without any mixed use. So we're not getting any mixed use at all, but we are getting apartments throughout the downtown core. So that part's working, but the other part's not. I'm worried about the long-term viability of retail. I get it that retail's in a state of flux, but actually the rest of the mall has actually done amazingly well. Or the shopping area, I guess it's not really a mall. So I do think we need to take a look at that and what's working and what's not working within that plan. To dovetail onto some of the remarks that were just made, rather than looking at we have to show that we can hit 85,000. We don't have to promote the 85,000. It's not our job to build the 85,000. And really rather, let's just turn it on its head. As a core city, we're being asked to shoulder a lot of the growth. I mean, if you sit at the PCRC meetings, the Pierce County Regional Council meetings, it's Tacoma, it's Lakewood, it's University Place to some extent. And then it's the urban unincorporated areas of the county. And they're actually in their comp plan are gonna, I think, clamp down on that in the county. So you will see growth in some corridors and whatnot, but after that, it's gonna slow down. So rather than say, well, this is this burden we're carrying, which is the way I think I describe it a lot, maybe we just flip it around and say, well, this is really, we have something of value. And rather than promote, we do what Councilmember Pearson is saying, and we say, well, if the product we want isn't coming out of the market now, then it'll have to just come later. And I think that's, nobody likes density, although people live in big cities, big dense cities all over the place, right? People flock to New York City, right? And it's very dense. And then overall, the electorate doesn't like sprawl, so they don't want, and so the idea that we're gonna move UGAs and that kind of stuff isn't gonna happen. So we're not gonna get relief from this. In fact, if anything, 5 years from now or whatever, when we go to Vision 2060 or whatever the case may be, it'll be even a bigger burden. So I think we embrace it and we say, but it's gonna have to be on our terms. So I'm with the folks. I know that there's potential issues with that, but I think that we need to look at what other cities do and how they do it, and to promote really good growth and really high quality growth. And I think that folks have hit on, I think the mayor hitting on the need for senior housing. I don't think this housing situation gets unlocked at a macro level, and permit me to meander here, but I don't think the housing thing is gonna get fixed on a macro level, statewide, maybe even nationwide, until you figure out a way to voluntarily people make the decision, hey, I want a downscale and I want to move out of my 3,500 foot house because I don't need that, right? But they're not going to do it unless there's some kind of value proposition there, right? And they're not going to move into a place where they feel like, wow, I went from this gray place to this box. It's not going to work. So how that, that presents its own set of difficulties. But I think that but I agree with the folks who are saying we just need to make sure that this is working for us and that this is working for the community, because I don't know that the community members right now would be saying that the comp plan is really working as well as we had hoped, which I think is why we have updates. So this is an opportunity.
Okay, Mary?
Thank you. I just wanted to add on to what the mayor was saying. Moving off the lake, I wouldn't want to move into a box. So where can we locate a place where we could put in a high-end condominium? So we need to identify a location and then work toward that. I would like to see us promote mixed use. I think we talk about it a lot, but if we can find people that are interested in doing that, I would definitely support a mixed use in the area, because that's one way that people are going to be able to live, work, and play in Lakewood, which is what we're looking to do. So thank you.
Okay, Ryan and then Patty.
Thank you. So about living in a box, what would help you want to live in a box? And to some extent, it doesn't matter what the outside is if you are living in a box, but you're living in a smaller box than you used to live in. And what helps tip the scale? Would I consider going and living in a box in Lakewood downtown area and giving up, a neighborhood house right now? I wouldn't. Would I consider giving up my house and moving down to the Tacoma waterfront, you know, out there? Yeah. I can walk downstairs to lots of good restaurants, coffee houses, you know, they have farmers markets there, they have a movie theater, they have a million amenities. So the amenities are what sell the box, not the box and how the box looks. It's the amenities around the box that are gonna drive people to going to the box. So, you know, really, how do we get that sort of thoughtful development and those types of stores and those, you know, the people that are going out and living in these smaller areas, a lot of them aren't older folks. A lot of them are people in my age bracket, 20 to 35, you know, and those are the people that are going out for $100 brunches 2 times a weekend. You know, they're not people that are, I mean, it's not a fiscally responsible thing to do all the time, but you know, those are the people that are going and spending all the money in these areas on the weekends and really enjoying, you know, the urban life, right? So, as it relates to the downtown area, you know, I think that the Lakewood Station District could be a really unique area to focus in the comprehensive plan about, okay, when you look at the I-5 corridor and where we are at, you know, these like high-end outlet malls, there's one like north of Seattle, like an hour, 2 hours or whatever. And then the next, you know, what I consider nice one is like down in Oregon on the way to Eugene. So, you know, we're kind of like in a central spot where that could be a really nice thing in our area that would bring people into Lakewood shopping. And, you know, as Mr. Boki had mentioned, you know, about the commercial tax, you know, the commercial and not getting too much residential and protecting our tax base there, that could be really something that, you know, helps drive the tax dollars up. So that is something that I would be interested in focusing on and seeing how, you know, we can incentivize that kind of a development, that you could have mixed use and, you know, people would want to live there because there's things to do there. There's places to shop, there's places to eat, you know, directly below where you're living. So that's, thanks.
Okay, Patty.
Thank you. Councilmember Pearson, really, you just said everything that I was getting ready to talk about of downtown Tacoma. I mean, not Tacoma, Ruston, actually. There's a park there. I can go rent like a little bike and do stuff with my family. There's great places to go have the $1 million brunches and get a coffee. I can get a spa treatment. I can buy some clothes. I can get some like organic ice cream. I can go to the market, like what you just mentioned, all of that. And I do think you're right. It is the age of, the range of ages down there is vast. I have some friends that live down there. I know younger people there. I know it has retirement centers, area apartments there. So I think it's for everyone. And I think that our vision of a downtown park also plays into that greatly. Also, on top of that, we're talking about, how we were talking about the Gravelly Lake area, the tax increment financing, that all plays into it. I love the whole, we're close to I-5. You know, Lakewood has, what, 6 exits off of I-5, I think? So we're very accessible. So all of this is just, I'm for it. I co-sign on what all of my fellow council members said. But I do think that the point is if I'm gonna go to a downtown area, I need to have all of those amenities. I need to have the connectivity to it. I need to have the walkability. I need to have the transit, you name it. So I think that is something that is very doable for our area, and we're very prime and ready for it.
Okay, thank you. Jason, and then Mike.
Well, I was going to just echo the comments made a little bit, because I think, you know, Ryan, his comments hit home too. You know, many of us, whether we're in our 30s or our 60s, we want a quality place to live that's vibrant. And so if we want quality housing with amenities, really the question to me is what best infrastructure do we need to promote or help accomplish to drive those private investments that we want, right? And maybe we want more condos, less apartments. Maybe we want at least a balance of both, a healthy balance of both. And I think Ruston, frankly, they have their issues legally and financially in some aspects, but what they do have is a really beautiful walkable park area. Certainly the waterfront doesn't hurt to have some waterfront, which we don't have. But I think, again, it's going back to the first conversation of the day. How do we create this downtown sort of sense of place and space that people want to be involved with and want to come and want to move out of their 3,500 square foot home, but be around their neighbors, their friends, their church, their, male person or whatever that they're comfortable with. Another great example of fantastic urban planning out of whole cloth is Seabrook on the West Coast. Yeah, they got the ocean, but it started with this little tight downtown community with a focus on really good walkable urban design. And that place has exploded because people want to get to know one another, see their neighbors, have a front porch, be able to walk to the store, to the bar, to the restaurants, the coffee shops. It is a concept that sustains and creates value in people's lives. And that is what I think we have to really try to focus on for all the reasons people have articulated.
It's exciting. Mike?
I think it's fine to dream about what is going to be there. But I think we have to recognize that we're the city. So we're not gonna open restaurants. We're not going to actually be the ones that build condominiums and things to do that. When I was in the 1970s, when I was in Chicago, I saw the disasters that happened when the city decided, but we'll just build everything to be able to go and do that, okay? And it goes on. So I think that the mayor is right. We need to look at what we'd like to see occur. And then we need to look at what is it within our capability to set the table so that the people that actually have the funding want to come and develop those sorts of amenities here. We have had over the past 15 years some challenges in that for investment, we have been competing with Seattle. And that the return on investment by building something in Seattle was much greater than the return on investment in terms of building something in Lakewood. We worked really hard at coming up with a vision for Lakewood Landing. That was really what all we just talked about. And essentially what we found out is nobody who would be the partners that we need to build it could pencil it out. But we do have some successes. And while this is not a downtown or a housing success, it is if we look at the Woodbrook. That started off and took a decade plus to do that, but it started off with a plan that said, if the city does this and puts in some improvements in roads and some sewers and some things to do that and work with the utility providers to do that, then the folks who have the dollars to invest will invest here and leverage the I-5 location of that in terms of being able to go and do that. And I think that we need to, as we want to plan for how certain things do, we need to focus on having some goals to say, what is it that the city can do? I think downtown parks are an element of that. When the parks are here, that'll make it other things that other people will invest in more marketable and being able to go and do that. I somewhat disagree with Mr. Pokey on the downtown plan is a 20-year plan. I personally think that it's viable and it does that, and that even if we say that COVID slowed some things down, it's still early in the life of that plan for the goals of that plan in terms of jobs, in terms of housing, in terms of the robustness of retail and the activity of that being a recreational entertainment and arts center are there, but like anything else, we're here on 4-year terms and that's a 20-year plan, and so we got to not be so impatient to say it's got to happen on our watch. But we need to know what the building blocks are, and we need to work on the building blocks, not doing that. And I am less concerned on this about density issues. I think all of the procrastinators over the past 20 years that have said, what's the population of Lakewood going to be, have been wrong. The rate of growth that's been predicted just hasn't happened because it's not and I think that pattern is gonna change. I think we told a plan for 25, and maybe we have to have some zoning to do that. But I think one of the strengths that we have, and we maybe want to look at doing it in more areas of the city, particularly with respect to the design standards and things to do that, is move more areas of the city to form-based zoning, as opposed to the traditional zoning with lists of this can be here and this can't, but rather many things can be here, but they've got to look like this, and they've got to have the design, and they've got to build these other elements in, like open space, to do that, like we did in the downtown plan, of where the form-based zoning, I think, is what is going to make that whatever happens in the downtown will be quality stuff because of what we're going to do that. And what will happen will be responsive to economic factors, the desires of people being able to go and do that. So, I would look sick to say that form-based zoning is something that has a great deal of potential for us to move forward and to help shape neighborhoods, as opposed to trying to say this yes, this no, being able to go on to do that. Even with respect to parking, I'm not a proponent of expanding on-street parking, being able to go and do that. But I expect that someone who is trying to do some development or do some things on a parcel, let them figure out how much parking they need, and they just don't say you can't put parking on your parcel. Like, don't say how much you have to have, but if you're going to have 15 people live on a parcel, then you should do that if you want to rent those spaces, because if you don't provide the parking, you won't have any renters. or maybe you'll have renters who don't have cars. Our path, I think we're on a good path to be able to go and do that, as long as we continue to focus on the urban design and what it is, and not so much on the this is, but There's a lot of combinations of that can make this a success.
Okay, Jason.
So on this topic, one thing that I think we've touched on, but we haven't really nailed on the head is vacant properties. And what goals do we have as part of our downtown vision, our comprehensive plan, whatever you want to call it, to promote turnover? Let me give you some examples. So how do we incentivize and turn over, redevelop vacant properties? Because we are beset in the central business district with vacant properties. Lots of vacant properties down the Gravely Lake corridor, from the QFC on the one end to the Ken's Tires facility on the other, to properties all along this Gravely Lake corridor. So let me give you an example. Small scale wineries. I have long been my own, economic development promoter to try to get in small scale tasting rooms and wineries like you see in the Soto district in Seattle, like they have in Woodinville. Why? Because I think there's a huge demand in the South Sound and people don't necessarily want to schlep up to Woodinville or the Soto district necessarily. So how do we make that happen? Well, the Colonial Center, for example, was our investment in the infrastructure there to try to encourage private investment, either in the QFC area or in the Graymore development, which is what we call the Colonial development there. What's happened? Nothing over a decade. The QFC sits vacant. Other properties along Gravely Lake sit vacant. I brought up no less than 4-5 winery owners in the last 6 months. One from Vancouver, they're expanding. They have 2 locations in Vancouver. They're opening a place in Ellensburg, Walla Walla, and they were looking for something on the I-5 corridor. I said, why not Lakewood? Says, well, we haven't thought of it. That's a good spot. Tell them us about the demographics. So I told them about the demographics. They came up. I spent 4 hours of my time touring them around the city, went over to the QFC or to the Colonial Plaza, and they look at the QFC and they look at the other vacant buildings. They go, this isn't going to work for us. So I had a broker. We went through the whole thing over there with them, the big dog and pony show, and time again, I've had 4 quality leads that would have invested here, but for the fact that what they see when they come in is a lot of vacant, decrepit spaces. So the question is, how do we incentivize turnover? In our our central business district plan, we talk about trip mitigation fee to help fund some of the park amenities. That hasn't seemed to be a rosy promoter of turnover of these properties. We should figure out a way to think outside the box, and maybe it's with better permitting processes or a lesser reduction in fees to incentivize the property turnover. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. And or maybe something that's more aggressive with regard to abatement or forcing a decision, because what we have seen is property owners either have these properties, we've abated one, we've attempted to abate another, and then they sit because they have very, shall we say, proud pricing that really is beyond market. So how do we incentivize a buyer to come in, maybe address the proud pricing, but look on the other side? Well, maybe if we got to overpay for the dirt, at least we can get a break on the development or the incentives to make it work, because it has to pencil. But unless we figure out a way to use whatever tools we can to incentivize the redevelopment and turnover of these buildings, I'm going to be beating my head against the wall, as of many others, trying to bring in, again, the boutique small scale places. The big box stuff, they're going to make their decisions, but bringing in the quality sort of stuff that people gravitate for in these smaller communities, it's something we have to grapple with and figure out how we can do better.
Other comments? Right.
Just to add on to the mayor's comments, really looking at what avenues do we have to incentivize development, and what does it look like if these things sit vacant for another 5 or 10 years? How much tax revenue are we losing out on because we think it's too important to collect $100,000 in fees for, a big, it's okay, if you just waive all of those fees, at some point in time, that pencils out. And, based on some of these other things that have gone on, you know, that might be a better alternative rather than having something sit vacant for 5 or 10 years. So just, you know, taking a comprehensive look at, okay, this is gonna hurt financially immediately, but in the course of 2, 5, 10 years, you know, when does it pay off? And not only pay off in one way, but it's gonna pay off in other ways by encouraging other folks. So, you know, taking a hit up front might be a good idea to help encourage some other things to other cards to fall. So thanks.
Okay, any other comments on the comp plan? We had 3 sub areas. I want to make sure, and some of them have been spoken to already under this thing, but on-street parking design standards, housing density. Is there anything in those areas that you were waiting to say because of the order of March, or because?
I think we've internally beat those up over the course of time. I think, you know, I don't think.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make certain on that.
The
We're going to take a break here.
Deputy Mayor's got a comment real quick, though. Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary.
Thank you. I was just thinking in terms of on-street parking. If in some locations we have an opportunity to set aside parking for people that don't have to park on the street, but have a parking area for them to park their cars, even though it's across the street from where they live or something on that.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. We're set to take a break in just a few minutes. Should we just go ahead and take it now before we jump into the next topic, which is city vision? So why don't we do that? Let's take about 15 minutes. Okay, let's resume and there was. Oops. Sorry. The next item on our agenda is the city vision, and in particular, this item was brought up by some folks that really didn't want to craft the city vision today, so but more have a discussion about it. Is it time to do that, and what process would we use, and just a general consideration of all that. So with that in mind, who would like to start out with their thoughts about all of that? Mike and then Jason.
We have a good vision, I think, but it is we had initially, when we did it, we crafted it as a 30-year vision, meaning it only had a horizon of about 11 years. And so it's the vision for what the city will be like, and the sort of things that have happened for 2026. That in order to not essentially let it lapse in the, I think that in the 25-26 biennium is we need to have a goal of establishing a vision, and whether it's a 2036 vision or a 2040 vision, be able to go and do that. And in terms of process, I think that I have three thoughts about that. That first of all, when we did the current vision, we ended up with spending a year on a false start. We hired a consultant who was supposedly an expert in helping cities establish visions. And after a good deal of things in public outreach, they came back with something that collectively we didn't like. And we ended up then essentially doing it in-house ourselves and others to come up with the statements that were vision statements. They weren't code or things to do that, but they're sort of saying, this is what we're working towards. And we've talked a little bit today about things we want to work towards. And so I think that there's room to put those in. But I think that what we don't want to do is go back to what didn't work for us before, of saying, okay, we're going to do a vision. Let's get a consultant to help us. Let's do it. Let's get our advisory boards to help us. Let's do that. And let's take enough time to come up so that in 2026, we can roll out the vision for whatever period of time it is going forward to be able to go and do that. So we should set some milestones for ourselves to work on modernizing, upgrading our vision to be able to go and do. And some of the discussions that we just had, we can inform that. But I think it's worth being put for the next biennium as a goal.
Jason.
Here's my thought. So in 2021, as Mike articulated, we did come up with a vision statement. It's on the website. I'm looking at it now. If you haven't taken a look at it, maybe you should. My thought is, I think consistent with Mike, is that the vision statement to me still holds true. From all the stuff we've talked about for the first part of this morning, it still holds true. Maybe it could be tweaked, maybe. What I think we could do that would be productive is, because we do have new members, at least 3 new members since we did this, maybe we have them review it and we reaffirm it, not necessarily change it or re-articulate it, unless there's something material that the group and the body thinks would be important to change. But I think, and I can read it if you haven't seen it on your website, you guys have it pulled up here. But I'd ask you to take a look and provide some thoughts if there's anything there you would change. But to me, it rings true today as it did back in 2021. For me, and the reason why we're sitting here today is we're here to discuss limited focus goals for the biennium. I think we need to figure out what of those limited focus goals, as we chatted the first part of the morning, we can get done that enhance progress toward this vision in the next 2 years. That's what we need to be doing.
Okay. Other comments or thoughts on city vision process? Right.
Thank you. Yeah, and looking at the vision statement, you know, before I was even looking at it, it's, to me, you know, before you can make a vision, you kind of have to establish an identity. And what is Lakewood's identity? And, you know, you look around at some of these other cities, you know, Portland, what's Portland's identity? Keep Portland weird, you know, Puyallup to me comes as a, you know, they kind of have that small town, you know, vibe. And then there's Kent, you know, Kent is a transportation hub for, you know, all the shipping and stuff that goes on there. That's kind of their more industrial. And when I think about Lakewood, I think about, you know, families. I think that Lakewood is a family first, family oriented city. And I think that the vision statement says that in the very first sentence about, you know, possessing the core values of family, community, education. You know, all of those are what strike me as a great vision statement for Lakewood. So I agree with Jason about, you know, that it still seems applicable. And then tying our goals to family oriented, you know, items. I think that we've heard it over the past couple months with this Edgewater Park is, you know, people want a park. People want to be able to go play in the water. And the splash pad to me is like at the forefront of like everyone's minds. And so let's make that happen. That is the thing to me that we've heard from everyone in the community. Let's make that happen. So that's at the top of the list for me. Just given, you know, the response that we've gotten from everyone, that's the one thing that I want to make happen. So I'll let other folks chime in.
Patty.
Thank you. I totally agree. I think that's why it was our very first topic, is that we talked about the downtown center park. I think that that is a top priority and how we all want collectively, and maybe I shouldn't speak for everybody else, but I think that we all want to see progress on this, and we are done talking about it. And so I do believe that we are all there. Yes, a splash pad. Yes, a possible rec multicultural or multi-generational center, things like that. But I think that our vision clearly states all of the things that we are looking for. So I think that we're in a really good place with our vision and what's out there. And I do believe that we are, like what Ryan said, that we want to cultivate those areas in our city. So I think our vision is really good and I would like to move forward with that, but let's raise our priorities of what we want to actually get done.
Okay, great. Other comments on the vision and the process? Anyone? Paul?
Yeah, I think I'm looking at, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The vision statement itself is good. I don't, some of the 30th anniversary visions, some are a little bit far afield. And it's something we could look at some future date. I do agree with the splash pad thing. There hasn't been a poll that we've done that hasn't brought up the splash pad. And the other night I'm changing channels in the Fife City Council meeting, and this gal from their parks, Fife, and they're talking about putting in a splash pad. I mean, as part of a park, they were able to they bought school district property, in their case, the school district surplus some property And they're building basically their version of a downtown park, and that's in Fife, right? And so they were putting in a all abilities playground with a splash pad. And so it's possible, right? And it's not gonna go away. People are gonna keep asking, so. And I agree with the families orientation. Communities with kids tend to have a lot more activities going on. There's more going on. And it's in kids, went from being in my day, kind of this very common commodity of people and, 4 kids smashed into 3-bedroom houses to, it's a big deal if a family has 2 kids, right? And so they're actually very, very, very valuable to a community. I think that the emphasis on those kind of things to make it livable, to keep people in the community so they don't have to go afar to find any recreational activities is a good idea.
Okay, other comments? Justin?
Thank you. I appreciated what Jason said about focusing on our near-term 25, 26 goals. From my perspective, we can focus on that, identify our priorities, and then from that, we can revisit this vision to update it to match our goals and priorities that we've set forth. I like what currently exists in there. I think it captures things well. But I also, as I look at it, are there any of these sort of items that people wouldn't want in their community? I don't think so. I think they're all, nobody's gonna say, I don't want a community that's inspired by its own sense of history and progress, right? So keeping that in mind, how we can be specific and actionable in these as we do it, I think is gonna be helpful to really bring it home to folks. And splash pad, absolutely. Let's make it happen. And continue to poll our community about what's important to them. So it's not just our voices as a council, but we represent those and get their opinions on what's most critical. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, Mary?
Just briefly, I think that looking at our mission statement, I agree with Councilmember that where we are today and what we are going to be like tomorrow is going to change all of this. And I think we are all still looking for what identifies Lakewood. We have our branding. What is it that say, oh, this is Lakewood? To me, it's the Colonial Center, but is that what others envision as Lakewood, as being in Lakewood, other than our good streets?
So your view is that the current vision pretty much captures what?
Currently, it pretty much captures where we are.
Right.
But going forward, how can we, with the goals and that we have in mind, how can we make that fit into our future vision?
Okay, one of the questions I hope this conversation answers, and not that you have to answer, but I want to collectively, is, and I'm hearing different discussions and different ways to approach this, but do you want to embark on an additional process going forward? And I would say eminently going forward, the way the conversation was presented earlier, or are you comfortable with where the current vision is at this time and so on? So not to put words in your mouth, Mary, I'm not trying to do that more. I'm just trying to say, well, kind of where are you on that topic?
The vision as it is. Oh, the vision as is there. Yeah, just going forward.
Okay. Jason?
As I'm rethinking and relooking at, the only thing that I think we could add if we wanted to refresh the vision is the statement where we say in the second bullet, known for its safe and attractive neighborhoods, vibrant downtown, active arts and cultural communities. The component we've all talked about today that might not be as implicit is we're known for our opportunities for multi-generational healthy activities, active arts and cultural communities, because we want to talk about the walkability, the vibrant places for multi-generational activities such as the splash pad. I totally agree with that. One of the concepts I brought up about a month ago when Rotary was looking to fund a project was something that was promoted by the National Fitness Campaign, which was these fitness courts about 40 by 40. Town of Yelm has it, in addition to a splash pad. It's multi-generational activity. It provides for outdoor free exercise opportunities with the use of an app. So that's a concept that would play in. Our vision needs to be, we're known for all this stuff, but also for a place where we promote healthy activities, splash park, fitness, whatever, walkability.
Okay, and so you're looking at this saying, well, maybe the process would be a tweak. That's what I
Just a
heard.
small tweak,
Okay.
yeah, because I think you've heard here that we're not wholesale putting the baby out with the bathwater.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. And also I appreciated what Councilmember Pearson talked about with our community's identity and maybe visiting that and recognizing what it means to folks here. Yes, it's family. It's getting our community together that way. I also think and we're putting a lot of funds towards our parks and our spaces that are welcoming to folks inside and outside of our community. And we're also putting a lot of money into transportation. A lot of people call Lakewood the roundabout city right now. But we can visit that and figure out what makes sense for what we want to put forth as our identity and our branding to really represent Lakewood to outsiders. Thank you.
Okay, other comments? Mike?
I'll just say it, and again, I don't necessarily feel that the current vision is inappropriate. But I do think that our process should include evaluating it as we approach 2026 to say, have we reached that? To be able to go and do that. If there were a couple of areas that I think over the time that the vision has existed, that we may want to look at how to reword or incorporate it in, is that our vision includes something and talks quite specifically about our relationship with our military partners and military families, being able to go and do that. But over the past 5 or 6 years, we've also started to focus on our partnership with Native Americans and the Nisqually tribe particularly. And I think that, that is maybe something that we want to be, that we could consider. Is that an important enough element of our identity that we want to highlight it in the vision? The vision is not so much an action plan as an aspirational document to be able to go and do that. And I think that we are as a community ahead of a lot of our peer communities in areas related to climate resiliency. Okay, and then maybe as we look ahead another 12 years or so, we want to sort of say, what is that going to look like in Lakewood? And maybe that's a part of our vision to be able to do that. And maybe there are some of the things that go on off. So I think a discussion around the vision is important to make sure that we do it, that it doesn't just lapse in the 25-26 biennium.
Okay. So any more comments on this? So what I'm hearing in this discussion is, first point, the current vision captures most of what you see going forward, same with the vision. I am hearing around the edges, my words, the need for a bit of a tweak. It came from, well, maybe the new folks could take a look at it and see, and some of the new folks have chimed in and said, well, here's some modification. So current, I think, is a foundation is what I'm hearing, a bit of a tweak or some changes that would modify or maybe make it, these are again my words, a little bit more contemporary, right, for right where we are right now. I did hear inside that discussion, though, something that may relate to a vision, but be more or different. And that is, what is our identity and so on. And you referenced other communities and so on. So as I listen to this discussion, a couple things, you could set it as a goal to do this, but I am hearing 1.5 processes. If you want an identity, that's gonna be different than your vision, I think. It'll be related. And I do think that's something that would take a little bit more than looking at what you have and then changing the words, but that's just my view of that. But I do think where you did land as an agreement is certainly taking a look at your current vision and suggesting, and this would not be a full-blown change up. This would be some suggestions that would make it more contemporary and useful in going forward in the short term. I did hear consensus on that for sure. So I did not hear consensus on a full-blown sort of zero-based build on a new agenda. So I did not hear that. And because it is a process and something you will go through, I will leave it to folks that are marshaling your resources. But if you do identify it as a goal, it would certainly be something that would get attention right away. That's what I hear. Any other comments before we move on? Okay.
Other than our identity, our aspirational identity, I think is much more robust and exciting than our current identity. So I think
Right.
that's the importance of the vision.
Right, that
Yeah.
is.
Otherwise we go back to the, vacant buildings and
Right.
QFC, and don't want that.
And that idea, as it's played out in other communities, the identity piece is a process. That's not something you just come in one day and do, because I think at some point in time, it implicates involving a larger community or advisory boards and different mechanisms by which people weigh in on that. But that would be up to you, of course. Okay. Next topic is H-Barn. Several of you brought that up. Ongoing. So who would like to lead off with that discussion, giving their points of view on that? Ryan.
So the H-Barn project to me has been something challenging to wrap my head around since I've joined council. Just with the sense that I still don't know if how many people are we really going to touch with a project like this, and the size and scope and cost of the project. It's come off to me as a much lower priority as many of our other parks projects. And certainly, like, we've had a very robust discussion about the splash pad and the downtown parks. And so, this to me is way down the list from those. And we have the Nisqually Trail that's going to be going into the park, and maybe figuring out a way to try to partner with some other folks to help with this development, or just to take some of the weight off of our shoulders, and allow someone else to come up with a creative design, a creative solution, something that would be beneficial for folks. But I don't think that and I think that the total cost was like 8 million or some 7 million or something like that. I mean, it's a significant cost. And so when I start thinking about spending $7 million, it's like, boy, we could do something incredible downtown for that amount of money that's going to serve 50 times more people on a daily, weekly basis than the H-Barn. In my opinion, and maybe I don't have the vision to wrap my head around the project, but it just seems like, that to me is not a priority at all. And I'd actually be, looking to partner with other folks to help kind of drive that project and take some of the burden, so to speak, off of our shoulders. And you might be able to get a cooler, more unique, more culturally, inclusive project if we were able to partner with some different folks. So that would be something that I'd be interested in looking into. Yeah, so I'll open up with that.
Okay, great. Additional discussion, Jason.
This is a tough one, right? Because we have been asked to partner with Partners for Parks on this. In terms of the overall cost structure, it's roughly $7+ million. 3 point something comes from Partners for Parks private fundraising activities, and then we would come in with the balance, about 4 million roughly, from lodging tax. So what I completely concur with Ryan about is I'm still challenged in my own mind in the absence of a good fleshed out plan for how we can maximize the public utility of that space, other than for just events and weddings for those that don't have wedding spaces to go to. It seems to me that the city's portion of roughly 4 million of that $7 million project buys dirt, erects a splash pad, and has a lot more utility in the downtown than at Fort Steilacoom Park. And also, if, for example, we were to visualize that that location actually has more active amenities, well, then that plays into Paul and Mike's comments. We're then putting too much into Fort Steilacoom Park in terms of active amenities. So it has been a challenge for me on my mind, but for the fact that we've led this group along with the tacit, I don't want to say promise per se, but tacit nod that if they raised X, we would backfill with Y from lodging tax. But it's a good discussion to have, because we only have so much by way of resources, and we want to allocate them for the maximum utility.
Okay. John?
Let's make a quick comment. So just from a financing standpoint, only half of the city's contribution is coming from lodging tax. We would then have to go
Thank you.
and compete for funding at the state level, which takes away our ability to compete for some of these other things that we want to do. So I'm not trying to throw a wet blanket or anything. I just want to clarify that this project would require us to go see grants that would.
Right. Yeah, I get it. Well, and lodging tax could be used for other things too, obviously.
That is exactly, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Mike and then Tristan.
I certainly agree with the comments that this is a project that is well down my list of things that would serve the greater community well, and the fact that it's there. And the other thing is that the business model that's put forward seems to be focused on serving a very narrow group of folks, and it's quite honestly, it's similar to the business model that was originally put forward for the pavilion that didn't materialize. The pavilion has turned out to be a good event because of where it is and what it's doing, but 80% of what happens at the pavilion is our city events or city activities, being able to go and do that. And the other thing is that the H barn serves a purpose in the Fort Steilacoom Park now. It's actually on a day like today and many days, its primarily use is that it's a photo backdrop for folks that are there, and the design of it is going to take that away. They're going to put a fence around it, and they're going to be able to go and do that, and we're going to use that. I appreciate Partners for Parks, their history on smaller projects, and have been very helpful in terms of being able to go and do that. And it is true that we have sort of given them a tacit nod that if they come up with this. But in terms of an exit strategy, and I'm thinking about an exit strategy, is that I think we should have a discussion with Partners for Parks about what we just talked about the viability and the vibrance and the value that would be brought by a downtown parks or a series of parks with the Green Street Loop and others to be able to go and do that. And quite frankly, put it to them, would they be able to shift or talk to some of the folks that have committed money about shifting for those dollars to be able to use for that? And see if we can bring them along as a partner in a higher priority project to be able to go and do that. But the other aspect of an exit strategy is the longer this drags on, the more expensive it's going to be. And I think we should, there was an original timeline, and I think that we should set a date and be firm with them of saying, if you've not met the goal by the state, whatever it is, and perhaps it's February of 2025 or something like that, of saying then we're going to move, then we're not looking to move forward with this project, to be able to go and do that. And accept the fact that there are some sunk costs with that, just like there are things that you get started and that then don't turn out to be the thing that's going on, to be able to go into that. But sunk costs are just that. You got to be willing to walk away from sunk costs to be able to go and do that. It's far less of a priority than 6 years ago, when all this was first being discussed, when it was first being formulated and planned, and they were doing things. I mean, this project has been percolating that long. Things are different now in terms of how that would be viewed as a priority. And there are now, when we first started with this, lodging tax capital dollars were a problem in that we had trouble figuring out what can we use them for. But I think now with our visions for things that we would look to do in the downtown that would also be venues, city-owned venues to do things, we do have other things that we can use these for, and we should make this a smart investment. But we need to do it in a way that at least doesn't destroy our relationship with Partners for Parks.
Justin?
Thank you. And thanks, Ryan, for kicking this off and bringing it up so that we can really talk about whether it's a priority for our council and for the city or not. As I see it, the H-Barn project has several goals tied to it. One, preservation of the legacy of what we have in the park. Being a community sort of center of places where they can have weddings and events and that sort of thing. And I appreciate Partners for Parks working to gather all the funds that are needed, but we really need to understand the benefit to our community if this launches and goes forward. The utility, as the mayor referred to it. I also look at it as how much revenue generation is this really gonna bring forward, and how many years does it have to be generating revenue before it pays back the $4 million that's the city share of it. I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. And I think that I think it could be scaled back to focus on preserving the legacy of the H-Barn and the history of historic Fort Steilacoom and the park and that. And we can satisfy the community piece by refocusing our effort on the downtown area and a community center and a downtown park and that sort of thing. I appreciate everything that Partners for Parks has done to raise the funds so far. But even if they had all 3.5 million of it today, I don't know that we're ready to commit based on the discussion that we're having. So I don't think putting a timeline of when they have to have the funds together would necessarily satisfy what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Thank you. So we do have a commitment. I feel like we've made a commitment to Partners for Parks and the H-Barn. And so so the question, and so let me speak to the benefits, and I agree with Tristan. We've made a commitment to them. To you guys go out and find some money. We're there for you. I would point out that it's not an open-ended commitment, right? So if the initial, and so scaling back of the project is part of this discussion, I think. If it's an $8 million, it'll be like, we're just not going to go there because we've got other We've got other items. I think preservation of the barns, here's what we're faced with. People love the barns, but they fall down periodically, and they're gonna continue to fall down periodically. And eventually there won't be any barns there, right? We'll talk, and then people will say, well, why didn't you do something to protect the barns? And so I think we need to be open to scaling back the project. We need to show some grace towards Partners for Parks as they go through their fundraising. We got ourselves into this situation by agreeing to it. But I think our heart's in the right place, that we want to preserve the barns. We want some public use of those barns. Those are not bad items. We've got ourselves into other situations where we've kind of had open-ended commitments, much smaller dollar amounts, but percentage-wise ended up costing us a lot more money than we initially wanted to do. Not necessarily bad investments, but so I think we need to be cautious, and I think we need to be honest with them that this is not a, if this comes in at, we bid it and it's 8 million, 8.5 million, it's gonna go back to the drawing board. I mean, we just can't get there. And so, and I think time limits are fine, because we have to go on to do other things. I don't know how much we could use capital dollars. There's always that question on LTAC, what we can use LTAC dollars for. It's legal, so it's not, our purview, but so there's only so many things down in a downtown area that we could use the LTAC dollars for. It's not an open-ended commitment. So from that, but anyway, I think we've made the commitment. We need to stick by our commitment, but we also need to be very clear about the limitations of this commitment, time-wise and dollar-wise.
Hey, Ryan?
Thank you. And yeah, thanks for everyone else chatting with me about this. So, there was a commitment made by the city, which I want to recognize. And just like I made a commitment to the mortgage company that I have to pay my house back, well, they sold my mortgage to a different lender. And so I'm still paying for it, or I'm still going through with, becoming a homeowner and those things. But the city, as an exit strategy, we don't have to completely abandon the park to do other things. But if we could find, another partner to help facilitate, in my opinion, we've held up our end of the bargain by helping complete the H-Barn project. Whether or not the city is funding it is a different story, but as long as it gets completed, then we've kind of met our part of the deal. We don't necessarily have to provide the other 3.5, 4, whatever millions of dollars. And that would be the perfect scenario, I think, for me, because then we can focus on some other high priority projects. So really, if we can find a partner, to help us move this project forward, the scope may change. It might become, maybe it becomes more of a cultural center with, some open, whatever the rental spaces and stuff. But like, it doesn't have to be exactly what the goal was 6 or however, years ago. And just because we made an agreement, at some point in time, our focuses have changed, our goals have changed. And, I'm not in the business of spending money to spend money because we told someone that, if you guys can do, go out and get some funds, then, I want to do things that make sense for, the majority or the most, creating a good impact for the most number of people we can. That is always, in my opinion, the best decision. And if we can somehow kind of transition away from this H-Barn and let someone else take it on, or gain another partner and reduce our scope, that would be that would go a long ways, for me. So, thanks.
Okay, Mary.
Thank you. I was just gonna go back to the original planning for the H barn. The way it was sold at the time was, it talked about cost effective for events. Year-round activities inside, opportunities for small business to display their handmade products or whatever during year-round, actually, was what was one of the comments that was made. Bazaars during the holiday where people could sell their hand goods, but we've moved away from that. It's more or less like now events for weddings and not to discredit anything that Parks and Recreation have done. They do a great job, but I think the vision from the original plan has changed. And it will change again as we go forward, because this project was dormant for a period of time, waiting to get, and it just kicked off again last year or the year before. So this time has passed and things have changed. So taking a different look at it means a lot and could help us in making that decision.
Okay, any other comments? So what I'm hearing is this, you're changing your level of enthusiasm and commitment for this project. It's gone on for a period of time. Its original goals, I guess, have shifted as you would expect over a long period of time. The amount of money now is big. You are clearly focusing and wanting to focus on priorities that may be facilitated by having that money. You obviously feel, all of you, I think, sort of torn because of the ongoing commitment. No one wants to not follow through on their commitments. The conversation is then shifted to, well, what do these commitments, do they go on in perpetuity, or at what point in time these are my words, you fish or cut bait, you either get it done or we don't. And I hear you talking about a transition strategy that would somehow help but allow the city to move on, which I think is what this leadership team wants to do. That's just what I'm hearing you say. So, that said, I think that if this is, I don't know if that re-upping your commitment to the H barn would, given this discussion, I'd be surprised to see that on your top goals, I guess. That said, this conversation, and it's not designed to at this juncture today, I think probably hasn't informed the next step for you, and that may be a conversation that happens more at the operational level and through the normal course of your business. But that's kind of the summary of what I'm hearing. So, yeah, okay. Not hear anything else. It's time to move on. And the roster of things that remain, and I'm going to quickly do this, which tells us that we have about an hour left. These are conversations and items that were raised by one or two folks along the way. And again, I'm crafting the agenda. I went for the big ones that everybody wanted to talk to kind of down. So the order of march here would be essentially, let's just talk about these as we can. When the time comes, we're going to cut it off, and you'll have to revisit those we don't talk about at a different time, because we're trying to stay on our schedule. So sort of the first item there was city communication. A couple people raised those things, like Mary and Patty, both of you raised city communication and is important, and you may have thoughts about all of that. So I would turn to anybody to start us out on that conversation, please.
I just brought it up. I think that there's been a lot of improvements that have happened. I think we're getting out of things, I would say, in front of things a little bit better. Why I brought it up is I would like us to be a little bit less reactive and more strategic we know things are going to be coming up. We've been talking about Edgewater Park for a really, really long time. I would have liked to have seen more information go out. I know that legal reasons, they couldn't always go out in advance, but something like that is a really good example of just trying to be less reactive and more strategic thinking with our communications and getting that type of information out there. But I do think that it has been substantial improvements, and I really appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Ryan?
Thank you. Yes, that is certainly the topic at hand as far as city communications go. I think that what the city put out this week on Edgewater Park was fantastic. It was direct, it was to the point, it had the facts, you know. Do I wish it would have come out before we got bashed? Yes. And you know, the order of operations of those really, you know, if we put something out ahead of time, maybe that news article doesn't even come out because the facts are the facts. We've already laid them out and they can't paint this picture that's different than what it was. So I do wish that in hindsight, you know, we would have posted that month ago or whatever. I like how we handled the Barnes and Noble site. I thought that the video, you know, discussion was great. As we kind of first started hearing inklings that people were not exactly thrilled with, you know, the redevelopment going on there. I feel like the timing of that was well executed and the content was pretty good. So I think that the city's doing a great job with communications and getting things out. I think that the police department is also doing a good job. They did a video about the school zones, you know, and why they are what they are and how they're enforced and those sorts of things. So I do like the idea of these short videos, 1 or 2 minutes, you know, videos that people can watch. Rather than reading an article, it's kind of more personable. And so I do like the idea of that. I think it helps kind of stay more in touch with the community, you know, being on that more personable note, through the face-to-face contact. You know, people can come up to an officer and say, hey, I saw you, you know, in that video, you were talking about this, and it just kind of brings the community together a bit more. So I would say stay, you know, keep doing what you're doing on the communication front, but, you know, maybe when we start hearing negative comments or we know that there could be the perception of some negative things coming our way, to maybe focus some efforts ahead of time to try to head that off at the pass. So, but yeah, echo everything that or sign off with
Thank
what
you.
Patty said.
Mary and then Mike.
Thank you. I agree with what was said, so I won't repeat it, but I do, we do have a problem reaching our underserved areas. Because a lot of our underserved areas do not have access to websites, or some of them don't even have telephones, local phones and stuff. So how do we improve in that area? Otherwise, our communication is great, but we're still missing a large portion of our community because of the underserved people that don't have those processes in place.
When you say underserved, you mean that they don't have access to or utilization of existing processes?
Or they can't afford to.
Or can't afford, okay. Okay, Mike?
I think communication and communicating with the community in both directions is an important function that the city has to invest in. On the other hand, it's also something that you can never do perfectly. You know, no matter what you do, you never get the exact word accurately to everyone. And there's always the person who, I never heard about that goes on. And my example that is always in my mind about the people that showed up and were all in all because all the popple trees were cut down around Walhop Lake after a significant amount of effort to you know, so you can't do it perfectly. But I do think that while we would like it to be robust, that it's more important that it be at least efficient and that it operate, you know, somewhat consistently. and that it is not an area that we have in this biennium invested in making that department a two-person department. I think that that's the right size. We should not look at growing it and we need to be budget cost conscious about it, of not doing mission creep on the communication side that is going to also have a budget creep, to be able to go and do that. So, you know, engage having professional people who both know what they're doing and have vision and ways to make it better, but do it in a fiscally responsible way, rather than trying to reach some utopian level of communication.
Okay, any other, Jason?
Well, I'm gonna echo, just to not beat a dead horse, but beat a dead horse. I agree that the communication certainly has improved vastly and is much better. But I think we just have to be mindful, given this recent example, that we need to make sure we're strategic and transparent. And on the Edgewater thing, you know, for better or for worse, I tend to be at the tip of the spear on some of this stuff just because of the title thing. And so I've gotten a bunch of direct emails, and the things that we as a body have been accused of have been just unbelievably amazing. The beautiful thing is, though, because of the good communication that went out yesterday, much of the air in the balloon has now deflated. People say, oh, thankfully, thank you for getting the other side of the story out, which just, again, emphasizes the need to be proactive as opposed to reactive. My concern is, I don't know if we can handle too many of these reactive approaches to significant issues, because I think some goodwill and political capital has certainly suffered a dent over this, especially when we tell people, gee, we welcome public comment, and then they give it to us loudly and vociferously in the absence of a good communication fact piece sometimes. And yet it could appear that we're not reacting, responding, or honoring public comment. And so that's the downside of being reactive as opposed to proactive. So I think enough said on that, but I sent out some emails yesterday just because I was getting a little bit cranky about being beat up, because we know the facts, and part of that's my personality, I get it. But you know, I'm a little sensitive to the good work that we have done and invested our time, talent, and treasure in for years, and I don't want it to be disrupted by inaccurate views of factually deficient information.
Okay. Mike?
I think that sometimes in the communication side, we could relook at the things that we deal with in executive sessions. In other words, executive sessions cut off communication, and that's somewhat of what happened with Edgewater Park. Now, you know, there's a legal thing, but there are maybe some things that are even if they're legal or however, and they are eligible to be done in an executive session, that closes the curtain around them. And I think that's what happened with us on Edgewater Park, and it's happened to us somewhat with the QFC as we work to try to work to do that. And so we maybe need to just not go to, if it's eligible to be in an executive session, we'll do it in an executive session, but be maybe more strategic about, would we rather discuss it openly and then let it become known openly? Because I think the Edgewater Park situation, if we had done that earlier, when we knew we weren't going to get anywhere, we would have forestalled some of things.
Okay, Jason, and then Pat. I'm sorry, are you in?
Well, I just want to supplement a little bit, and thank you, Mike, for that comment. I think you know, there was a commenter, I was doing a colloquy back and forth on social media, which I'm told, don't do it. But sometimes if you don't at least provide a courtesy of response, then there's the appearance of this wall of silence, and that's not good either, right? So we have to figure out, was my train of thought here, how we can obviously on these kinds of significant issues, speak with one voice. And the only way to do that is early, right? And out of the process. Otherwise, people, if they don't hear from any one of us, because they're pinging us probably collectively or individually, and if there's no response, then it's just a vacuum. And so that's, I think, what happened a little bit here. Anyway, that's enough said on that.
Patty and then Paul, are you in or no? Okay.
Did I beat you to it? Okay. This is just something that I think would lay a really good foundation for our community, is to create more ambassadors, more Lakewood ambassadors. Doing sessions where they can, very similar to like our Citizens Academy at the PD. So we have a Lakewood Academy, a Lakewood 101. They learn about all the departments. They can ask their questions. They can be our ambassadors that go out into the city and that can really talk to, they can stop and start conversations online, which I've already seen quite a few people online who seemed like they've already been to a Lakewood 101 class, because they're speaking a lot of truth out there and dispelling a lot of disinformation. So the more people we engage in our community, the more residents that we bring in to, hey, we're gonna have this, 6-week, 8-week course, just like the Citizens Academy. You sign up for it, you learn about your city, you learn about our different departments, how you can be engaged, what boards and commissions you might wanna be on, what the process is. Because a lot of the stuff that's out there online is just because someone didn't know. And once they get that right information, you see the conversation, especially online, shift. So I'm assuming that these online conversations are also happening in person, because we're a smaller community, a tight-knit community. So it's just another way to get the ambassadors out into our community, to talk to all of our residents, to start or stop information when it's interpreted wrong. And I think we could head off a lot of issues that way if that's something. That's why I said this is beneath it all. This is going back a lot of steps. It's not just talking about this. It's creating those people who will be in our community who really know what's going on and are very engaged.
Okay, thank you. Paul?
So I do appreciate us. I'm fine with being reactive because you can't be in front of every issue, right? And the Edgewater Park thing got away from us a little bit because there was essentially really poor, I wouldn't call it journalism, a very poor piece on King 5 that, and it's a unique case because the individual is being used as a stalking horse for people who oppose public access to water. So they're gonna, trust me, they're out looking for another stalking horse right now, right? They'll come up with some other, tire pollution or something like that. They're out looking for another one. The heel of the shoe hit and killed the cockroach in this case, but there's another cockroach out there, right? Because, so these were unique circumstances because the individuals involved are using certain means. They're not always going to get on TV. I think the Barnes and Noble piece was a really good example because I think sometimes a lot of people online believe that we decide every single permit. And it's, I guess because I'm involved in government, I'm like, of course we don't vote on every single permit, but I think they do. I think there's a natural reaction to, and I think that needs to be clear that once laws are put in place and things that we're required to do put in place, everything else we do is not legal, right? We can't just start pulling permits and saying, I want to vote on this, right? City councils have tried to do that, I think, and they look for ways and they lose usually if they run into a developer who's got money. And so at some point, I think we need to always be explaining, always be educating, because if I wasn't involved in government, I wouldn't know either. I would be like, how the hell did that happen, right? So the Barnes and Noble piece was very important. I think going video is good. I think video is always important. I love the directness of the piece the other day on Edgewater Park because I think it really matter-of-factly just said, listen, you are not being told the truth. This is just, you are working with inaccurate information. But again, it's not going to stop the people who are opposed to water access. So they're going to continue to oppose it, but we can do what we can do.
Okay, any other comments on this? Let me summarize a little bit though, a couple things. One, first of all, just to share with you, this is the third retreat I've had in a row where this conversation is happening with other cities, this exact conversation. And it really speaks to, well, certainly Patty's world, but I think the shifting and extremely dynamic impacts of social media. So the first point, so you're not alone, if that's any solace. Secondly, the notion of a serial meeting quickly comes to mind when you start getting sucked into this. You're probably schooled on that, but that remains a pretty standard outpost that you want to be cautious on. The notion of monitoring and responding versus preempting is an ongoing debate in communications right now. And I think the general point of view is that if you commit yourself to preempting a communication or being right in there and getting it going, you're going to have to commit yourself to people and money to get that done because it's just bigger than you. The final thing I think is the reaction piece. And for a longstanding communications tenet, it has always been, do I respond or not? Because the answer to that question historically has been, if I do, I'll perpetuate this discussion. Today, I think that's shifted, and particularly in areas where factual information is in play. And so the decision is less to whether I respond or not, and more how I respond to that. And many of the communities I'm working with today are not going one-on-one with people. They're stopping with that, and they're doing more blanket communication around videos or what have you. And they're avoiding the notion of saying, you don't really know what you're talking about. And they're shifting more to, gee, there's this interesting conversation that's ongoing and what have you. Here's some information that we have that has not fully been handled. So it becomes, and all of that strategic kind of movement has always come back to resources. You have to have talent, but you have to be able to pay for that. And so, there's no easy answer for you as public officials because you're out there as part of that communication matrix, but you're not alone, I guess is all I can really say. It's any solace. Any other conversation on this before we move on though? Okay. Patty, you good?
I think this is a great conversation on communication, and you were 100% right. Resources need to be put to it. We have so many other venues on comms right now, and I know I speak from a personal level because that's what I do, but I see it being effective. I see putting out, I get that we're a different form of government here but I think people want to hear from our mayor. They want to see him on those little videos. They want to hear the statements from him. So I would like to see more proactively that happening, information coming from him or whoever is in that position, and because he speaks for the entire council. So when the mayor, whoever that may be, talks, is out there, we know that they're speaking for the council, which I think is very appropriate and very needed to hear from the community because it really differentiates and shows that, yes, we are working on this. I know that you think maybe we haven't been thinking about this. This hasn't been happening, but this has been in progress for like 2 years. And so I think that just getting out more information for the community is even better. Creating, like I said, those ambassadors that get out there. But we do have to, unfortunately, utilize our social media more because that is how people communicate. It's layered. It's those big reader board signs that we're going to have all around the city. It's getting information out to our different communities of different languages. It's working with our schools. It's doing all of the social media, it's the website, and it's also the in-person communication that we have. So I think there's just so many prongs. And so I do think that the communications needs to be focused on and improved here because there's so many different ways, you know, meaning like Mike, you said, putting resources to it. I think resources need to go to this because this is how we don't have like a lot of local newspapers. There's the News Tribune, but that's more of the South Sound region. We don't have something that just focuses on Lakewood. We are our news source. So the information that we put out there is what our residents are going to listen to. So, I mean, I think it's very important. And I think we are doing a great job, but there is a lot of room to make other resource adjustments to it. So I do think that this is an area of growth for us in the city.
Okay, thank you. Tristan?
Thanks. I'm not gonna repeat what everyone said because I agree with everything that members of council have said on this topic already. I do think there is opportunity to empower all of us on council to be those ambassadors to our community by having, and we get talking points from our assistant city manager, which are really helpful, but having this sort of content in there as well so that we can go out into the communities, we can talk about these things and have this script that we can speak to and these articles and these facts and data that we can present to tell the full story. Really helps us as sort of the hands of this this body to get out there. I think it's really important. So I agree. The mayor's a good front man for our band, if you will. But we also need the opportunity for all of us to get out there and be the face of the city so that people know who their council members are. Thank you.
Okay, great. We ready to move to the next topic? All right, art funding. Mike, you raised this, and so I'll just turn it over to you to kind of give your thoughts, please.
I'm only saying that as we get into 2025 and that when the mayor and the deputy mayor first came on the council, the status of arts funding was, we had an arts commission and we said, you know, we'd like you to build things, but we don't have any straw for bricks. You know, go out and do that. And one of the things that the three of us advocated for was say, well, there needs to be some sort of dedicated baseline that the Arts Commission can begin to do things and develop things where, so that then when, if necessary, they could come and ask for a bigger investment to do that. And we did that with the McGavick Center revenue stream. Our problem is we're getting close to the McGavick Center revenue stream ending. Because we're going to, our partnership has a time frame to do that. So I do think that in the near term, we need to think about how are we going to do that? And many communities have fenced revenue sources that they commit towards art or public art to be able to go and do that. And it doesn't have to be much, but our Arts Commission has leveraged that into doing some small ongoing things, but also being able to come to us when there is a greater investment to be able to go and do that, to go on. And I don't want to go back to, they got to come begging every year for something, but that they've got a baseline to sustain their enthusiasm and the inventive areas, because I think that the growth of arts of all kinds, visual, performing, whatever, is something that is a success, for our community. And it's not just that people are getting to see art, but people who have artistic talent are getting a chance to develop it and showcase it to be able to go and do it. So it's important, but it is I asked for it on here because I think we're coming to a revenue cliff that we should address how we're going to transition.
Okay, discussion, Jason.
I'll let city manager chime in because he probably is going to talk about what happens post 2027 with McGavick dollars.
So Councilmember Branstad is correct. The city's commitment to the McGavick Center ends in 2025, actually 27 or so.
Right.
However, the city days and the revenue stream for that continues, I'm almost positive, because we looked at this a couple of years ago, extends for at least another 10 years beyond that, because the agreement is, because the payment is 20 years, but I think the agreement's like, it's much
Yeah.
longer than that.
We need
So-
to check on that because I don't.
Yeah, I'm
recall that.
almost, I'm almost, and we can go back, I'll go back and verify that.
Right.
But the reason I have that in my mind is because we were looking at that when we were looking at the H barn in terms of when
Mhm.
the McGavick Center payment ended.
Mhm.
But I'm almost positive that that City Day program continues for at least another 10 years beyond that.
That'd be great if
So,
it does.
but we'll
Yeah.
verify that
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you.
Okay. Yeah. My only comment,
Yes,
I
please.
saw the floor was, I just want to thank Mike and Mary for their dedication some 10 years ago to this prospect because, you know, it's been interesting to see how the public sentiment has turned from why would we ever want to spend money on art to, gee, I love those things. The box wraps, even the larger pieces of art, once they get in there and people say, I don't mind the propeller or whatever they want to call it, you know, it's actually turning the tide and people kind of start to recognize that vibrant cities are those that are embrace culture and art and places and spaces for gathering, right? And so it's really been a good thing. And all the council members since then have really sustained the idea and the importance of at least seed planting art. And that's stayed in our budget for the last 10 years, which is great. But good comment on making sure that we can sustain it going forward.
Okay, so we're going to check and verify the end date on that fund stream, but everyone sees it as something you want to look into. Okay? All right, let's move to the next one. Revisit cannabis dressing.
Thanks, Mike. As I understand, this council has a history of this topic and it's come to a vote a few times, but I'd like to understand the potential financial implications because we should have more data based on other cities and county areas around us on the financial impacts of having cannabis sales within their jurisdictions. And also understanding the social implications for what we would be getting ourselves into if we were to remove the prohibition on it. I've heard numerous for and against arguments. I'm not going to delve into those right now, but I think I'd like to open the floor for feedback from others and what they think. Thank you.
Jason and
Yeah, I'll just give a little bit of history and Mike and Mary correct me if I steer astray. When the issue first came up and the legislature was going to allow limited number of licenses in communities based on their population, we were allowed at the time to have up to 2 licenses. And they could only be in certain areas of the city because of the restrictions of the state law. So many feet within a park, so many feet within a school, you know, those kinds of things. So the areas where they could be were somewhat limited in any event. Actually close to the Tacoma line where it was already authorized was one of the areas down Pack Highway, I believe. So as we went through the process, yeah, we culled a lot of public opinion and those who wanted the licenses and, you know, certain other citizens that wanted to, you know, partake in those establishments, which is absolutely fine because it's appropriate under state law. We got a lot of feedback, including letters from the school board at the time that they wanted us not to allow the licenses in the city. And we had many folks, as I recall, in the business community that were saying, I don't want you to license those or allow a license to be near my strip mall or my establishment or my whatever. And so that was, I think, some, as I recall, the impetus for the vote at the time. Now, have things changed? Is it another time to revisit? Possibly. That's for this body to decide. But in terms of your question about revisiting the financial impacts and the social impacts, I think that's a good one. Because in my anecdotal view of the world, it's still a cash-based business to much extent. I have seen personally, at least on the news, to the extent the news is accurate, crazy criminal activity in many of those stores in our neighboring jurisdictions, whether it's smash and grabs or robberies or whatever else. It's just problematic. And even though it could only be 2 licensees, the other thing we were grappling with at the time was we were really working hard to overcome the impression or the representation of quote unquote crime in Lakewood. And that was one of the other issues that mitigated against council deciding to go ahead and allow the 2 licenses. So it may be time to re-review it, but that's a little bit of history from where we came.
Thank you. I agree about what both Jason and Tristan have said about like possibly looking at it again. Maybe it is the time. I don't know, but something that I would like to be put in there, if this is what we're looking about, of course, what's the revenue stream, the financial impacts, the social impacts. Those are all things I would definitely want to know in comparable cities. But other things like the design standards. So say if we were to let some in, and what would their building design standards be? So they aren't these big, huge green neon signs that are just, we've talked a lot about our planning and our building and our architecture. So that's something that I would want to make sure that we had some really strict design standards around this, so they are not so, I guess the word garish is what I use, and bold. So that would be something that I want to also add in to be considered, besides, like you said, the financial, the social, those types of things. Proximity, which Jason talked about, I'd like to know that too. How close can they be to certain areas or a school, or where would something like this possibly be located? So there's just a lot of information, I think, that I personally would like to know.
Okay, great. Thank you, Paul.
So when it came up, several of us voted in favor of it. One person flipped at the last minute, but I don't know who that is. But anyway, to try to answer your questions, the dollar value is not that much, because the initial initiative left out any revenue to the local governments. And that's one reason why a lot of local governments banned it. They said, well, if there's nothing in it for us, then why? And so the legislature changed the law, made money available, but it's subject to the budget, right? So they can take it away at any time. So it's my understanding it is a fixed number. At least it has been in the past. I haven't checked the most recent budget. And so, I think it would be $100,000+ a year or something. It's not a ton of money. I don't believe. Here's my issue. The mayor hit the nail on the head. Because these things are a cash business, there are major robberies all the time. People driving their cars through the door, off hours, people coming in with guns during hours. That is really my problem with it, right? I mean, the horse is out of the barn on sale of legal cannabis in the state of Washington. Anybody who wants to buy it can buy it. It's the issue is, though, until they can become a business like any other business that doesn't have to take cash, it can use debit cards and credit cards. We're just asking for problems. And so until that gets cleared up, I just don't see myself revisiting this or wanting to revisit this, because it's not working. In my mind, it's not working the way it was intended to work. They're just, a lot of crimes occur at these things right now. And I just don't think that'd be a good idea.
Okay, Ryan?
In other words, you're glad the vote was flipped?
Ryan, and then Mike.
Thank you. So, I would echo, Mr. Boki's comments. I wasn't here when that decision was made, but I think that that was ultimately the right decision in my eyes. And, the other, elephant in the room is we're in the midst of a fentanyl epidemic at the, national, world crisis. And so, it's, whether you believe or not in gateway drugs and those sorts of things, I think that anything that helps promote the, raising your dopamine levels to a certain, you get hooked on that, feeling, and there is some sort of a gateway, a drug situation. So, the revenue would have to be so high, for us to be able to fund other programs to help, with other drug issues and things like that. It just, I don't know if it would ever make sense for me to be in favor of anything like that. So I'm with Mr. Boki about, I'm really not even interested in, bringing that up. So thank you.
Okay, Mike?
Back when we first went to do this, and as the mayor said, the original idea was, well, you'd only have to have 2 licenses. The way that has worked now in the legislature is that every year there are bills to try to expand the number of licenses in communities all over the state where that's being allowed. And it's become a diversity issue regarding who owns things to do that. Mr. Boki is right about the proliferation of these facilities being victimized. And just the other day, I reading an article about a cannabis facility in Montlake Terrace that was just severing its fifth break-in to be able to go and do that. And Mr. Pearson is right. There's a correlation to the fentanyl piece. And it's not that marijuana is a gateway drug to using fentanyl. It is that marijuana is a strategy that the purveyors of fentanyl use to hook people. We were at the thing over there, and a significant percentage of the fentanyl deaths are people who thought they were using something else, but that someone had laced it, being able to go and do that. Now, the question is, we can't necessarily preclude that. I mean, you can go to Tacoma and you can, there are stores there and being able to go and do that. But that one of the impacts about, particularly on young people, at least they're not just seeing it every day, and you limit the temptation for experimentation down by not having them. When it first came out, there are a lot of communities, and I'll just use Buckley as an example. That Buckley enthusiastically welcomed marijuana stores and even asked for their allocation of licenses to be expanded because they thought they were going to greatly benefit from the revenue stream. And that didn't happen. As Mr. Boki said, the state keeps adjusting how much marijuana revenue they need, and then what's left to share among cities that have things over there. And the other group, in addition to the school district that came out to tell me like that, had to do with JBLM. Really did not want us to do that because they were not at a thing of where their soldiers and the folks that lived on post would be able to do that, because to this day, it remains something that is not legally federally. And that hasn't changed. So I would be opposed to even opening up the conversation again. I think that we have not seen any negative residual events from not allowing them. But it will become a conversation in the same manner as trees and other things if you open the door just for the conversation. We shouldn't do that.
Okay, any other comments? Tristan and then Mary.
Thanks to everyone for providing your input and feedback and giving me some of the history on it. I appreciate that. I would be interested in seeing the facts and data on the criminal activity element and understanding more than just anecdotal evidence, what we see on the news, but how frequently is that occurring? Is it a new thing or is it something that's been occurring the whole time? And are there standards that can be put in place to help reduce that risk in communities that fit with what we do? I also appreciate what Councilmember Bell said about limitations on signage and that sort of thing. We've all seen big billboards and big neon signs in places that I'm sure don't fit within our sign standards for anything in our city. So I would expect they could fall within those same restrictions. But I appreciate the conversation. So, thank you.
Okay, Mary?
Thank you. Originally, we did decide to stay with the federal's decision, and that's where we are. The drugs are here, we know that. But we are not getting hit with the incidents other cities have with break-ins and robberies and so. I know a lot of our citizens use marijuana for medical reasons. I don't have a problem with that. But to revisit this and bring it back, we got criticized a lot for not doing it. We got thank you a lot for making the decision not to do it. So to bring it back, it's just gonna create more positive and negative comments.
Okay, any more comments on this? Okay. We have 9 minutes left. The next one's neighborhood association. Can we do that in 9 minutes? Who brought that up? I think, Ryan, did you bring that up? Mike did. Can we do this in 9 minutes, Mike?
Yeah, I just want to say that I think we need to maintain our efforts to be both engaged with neighborhood associations and to look at and more associations within the city of different types that are de facto neighborhood associations and use them as part of our communication strategy. I am encouraged because our new neighborhood coordinator is actually meeting with a group of people next week who are interested in forming a new neighborhood association in their neighborhood where they sort of feel they're falling in between associations. So I think that it's something that we should still be looking to advocate for. But I also think that as we got the thing over there about whether there is a plan to help people who want to communicate with us through a neighborhood association to do that, and we should encourage that where there's interest.
Okay, conversation, Jason.
Ditto to Mike's comments. And the reason why I think they can be so effective is we often on the communications side get feedback from folks that the public comment format of communicating with council is okay, but not robust because there's not a give and take. The beautiful thing about the neighborhood association meetings is we have that give and take. They can ask questions, we can have a conversation back and forth, and that makes it very valuable. I love the fact about enhancing our engagement so that those present and those wanting to engage in the neighborhood association meeting can be the effective ambassadors that Patty's talking about. We can get good communication flow pushed to the neighborhoods through these association meetings. So I'm a fan.
Okay, other comments? Anybody else? Okay. We still have 7 minutes. DEI is next on the list. A couple folks raised it in the context of, we have ongoing efforts in the city. It was important. And I think Patty, you raised it. Mike, you raised it a little bit. Any comments that you'd like for your colleagues in a brief time we have.
I just would like to know where we're at a little bit more. So I just feel like maybe we aren't getting enough information brought back to us. So I know that things are in progress, in motion. We've been interviewed, but I am not sure what's happening after that. I know that we're starting off with staff first, working on that plan. So I guess it's just getting a little bit more
Okay.
information to see the progress that's being made, what the next steps are. Has the strategic internal plan been developed? You know, are there, so it's just more information on what is happening there. That was one of my
Right.
main points.
Okay. And Mike, you raised it as well.
Yeah, yes, I do think that this is not something that is a standalone goal, but I think that it is a theme that is embedded across all the goals that we choose to adopt. Like the fact that we've chosen to insert belonging in our definition about as we move forward, but looking to go and do that. And I think that we just because we've become a minority, majority community, that this is a theme we have to continue to have, but not so much as a standalone something we have to do, but we have to embed it across all of the activities that we're looking to do. And do think we're doing okay on that, but that I don't necessarily think that, like Patty, I don't think that I could sit down and have a conversation with someone and really articulate everything we're doing either.
Additional comments on this? Jason?
Just happy to see that we are working on the plan. Looking forward to, I think FNS is producing a plan, John, at some point that we're gonna take a look at, or has produced it. It'll be unveiled to us.
That's correct, Mayor. So we are in the process of, outreach within our organization. And I think I sent you an update not too long ago, real quick. And I can have our communications manager, Bryn Grimley, who is serving point with a small group of folks who are driving this, come back and give you an update in the near future. But ultimately, the goal is to have a draft strategic plan to you sometime in fourth quarter of this year, with the caveat being, this type of a plan is really best, to go slow, to go fast, so to speak. It's not something that we're rushing into, and, we have been taking a very deliberate process, as we've been working through this. So it's not something that we can just kind of pull off the shelf, and it's a canned approach.
I think it's time for our break.
Right.
I just want to make one comment on the economic development, if we still have 3 minutes.
We do have 3 minutes. One comment would be great.
So, the city has done an excellent job in the past couple decades, since becoming a city, about establishing, some fiscally conservative goals and making sure that we're being thoughtful with our spending and things like that. And we've done a good job at focusing on future successes. But I also, it's you want to have some home run hitters on a team too. You don't want to have just a team full of 300 average, hitters. You want some people that can go out there and get some runs immediately and have some short-term successes. So I do think that, helping to bring in some developments to do whatever we can, and maybe we have to, spend some money on these things, but I don't want to be so caught up with the future goals that we, don't take some actions to, hit some short-term home runs. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay. I think we're within a minute of being where we need to be, so I'm gonna call it now, and let's have our lunch, and then we'll come back after lunch and set some goals.
Sounds great. Thank you. We're gonna adjourn for lunch for what is it, 30 minutes? 1 hour. Great. Sure, I'll wait till Michael gets his. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back from our lunch recess here at the City Council Retreat for the Saturday, March 30th, 2024. We're still waiting for the Easter Bunny to arrive with regard to funding for our myriad of goals and objectives, but in lieu of that, Mike, will come.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to do a couple things. I'm going to draw your attention first to a piece of material that's provided to you about the guiding goals. Orient to that, with very brief check in on that. And then I want to take you through the process that we're going to use to identify your goals and then break them. So this little guide that I provided people basically answered the question that I heard early in my career. Well, what is a goal? How do you write a goal? And so I identified some of the reasons that we have goals. They're in front of you. There's a couple of reasons we do this, but from my perspective, there's really two major reasons you do this. And that's one is to provide direction as a board of directors of a municipal corporation to a corporation that moves you forward in a discernible way. That said, for that to happen, you should fund them. So you'll always hear me say, let's identify goals that are meaningful and get what that means here in a second. Two types of goals that I typically see. One I call content goals, and I'll articulate a little bit what those are. Essentially, we're going to build a new downtown, or we're going to add 6 officers to police, do public safety, whatever the goal is. And then often there can be process goals. I should have that on. Sorry. Process goals, which could have been, you had a conversation earlier today about, do we want a process to reset our vision and so on. So you could establish a process goal as well. And I've seen all of them. Then probably the biggest challenge I see in front of policymakers when they first start goal setting or thinking about what they want to see happen is the level of detail that comes across. First, my bias is fewer goals are better. I'll speak to that in a second. But goals that sort of are more centered in their direction to the organization are by far more valuable. So I gave 3 examples on this little sheet. One is too abstract. And I've had goals like this where people say, you know, I want green grass, blue sky, and I want everybody happy. Well, that's fine, so do I. But that doesn't take us anywhere and sends us nowhere. On the opposite end of the scale, and I see this quite a bit because many of you come from professional backgrounds. So you might say, and the example I gave, I want a 45,000 square foot fire station placed on 6th and Vine with 6 units doing this, this, and this. Well, are you a firefighter? No, but I know a lot about it. And so, no, that's not. The best goals that help move your organization forward, and the example I gave here is the one about a senior center. Let's establish a senior center or a civic center that serves the needs of multiple populations, what have you. And you leave the details to the professionals, but you want to make something happen. You want to make, I've heard a lot about a park or certain things happen. So you articulate that as a goal. Those, to me, are the best. They really inform the organization, and away we go. A couple other things about goals. They need to be within your scope. Pretty rare that I see a city, because you're multidisciplinary, step outside their scope, but it can happen. And that's not what you do, but that's what somebody else does. Reasonable goals, can they be attainable? I like to see you develop goals that provide enough detail and direction to your professional staff so they can come back to you and say, given what we've heard today, this is the way we'd go about doing it. And because the positioning of this process to that actual activity is first, you don't hear me imposing budget on you, right? Now you've kind of arbitrarily, or not arbitrarily, but said, I'd like to see these goals within I had a client wanted to do it within a year, 2 years, what have you. I do like to see goals linked up to the budget cycle. So if you're on a 2-year budget, it'd be nice that that could be reflected in that process, because they should be real. it should be things that when I get to come back, if ever to your community, you did that, and so on. There's other reasons that you do this. You know, I think goals should be a form of accountability. Did we get this finished? I worked with a client 2 weeks ago that said, well, yeah, we set goals last year. We didn't write them down, and I don't think we did anything with them. My initial grant response was, then why did you meet and do this? What's the point? So all of this is familiar to you. You're professionals. You've been working in and out of organizations long enough. I hope that this makes sense. So I'm just giving this to you as a guide that kind of help you formulate your thoughts about goals for your city going forward. The process. The first thing we're not going to do today is wordsmith the goals. So that's painful and disastrous in a group this size. What we will do, and when you write, I want enough details so we can understand what that goal is, and if it has certain features that we can put as a bullet, I will offload the work that we do here into a draft report that will come to the city manager, and you can process it however you want. And it's at that point, and I'll give you enough of a goal statement that you can tweak it in a way that you're not going from the ground up. But that's typically the process we use. Staff sometimes will do that as a draft, send it to you and say, are you good with that? And we're finished. So the exact process, and I tried to tell everybody this in advance, but what I'm going to ask you to do is write 2 to 3 goals that you would like to see nominated for consideration today. This is where I say fewer goals for an organization is better. If I come into an organization and I see 10, 15 goals or larger, and I've seen larger, I had a goal, a group had 60 goals. When you're in that world, you are all about nothing because there's no way. And as a policy board, driving that organization is impossible with an array like that. So fewer is better. You're just going to continually hear this. I'm going to have you just individually, without saying anything, just write down what your goals would be. And then I'm going to go round robin. Each person will put up their goals, probably use a phrase, phraseology, maybe some bullets to distinguish them. Okay, each one of you. You just kind of tell us what it is. We get it up. Then we're going to come back around again. And then I'm going to ask each one of you, talk to us about what this means to you. What does it actually mean? The details or whatever you want. And I'm asking you to do that, not to get into a debate about whether it should be a goal or not, because I have a process for deciding where that ends up. Because each of you as independent elected officials will nominate your goals. It's more to get an understanding. So you can question one another so you have a clear understanding that answers this question. If I vote for this goal, what am I voting for? Exactly. And it also helps staff and get some details. So when they come back and develop a work strategy that would address these goals, they have enough information at that point. So now you're thinking to yourself, well, what happens if my goal is the same as Mary's goals? Well, we have a process for that. Once I get to 2 goals that are similar, I then broker a conversation only between the 2 sponsors. And the question, the conversation is, are these the same goals? Maybe, yeah, they're all about downtown. Well, yeah, but I want to hire 6 staff. Well, I don't want to do that. Okay, well, are you willing to not hire 6 staff? No, I'm not. Now they're standalone goals. So now you begin to vote against one that has this feature versus one, even though it's the same goal. Or, yeah, they are similar. You know, I don't want to hire any staff. I don't either. I just kind of want to make sure the park's over here, whatever. So that's the conversation. At that time, we'll start collapsing these goals down. And the list will start getting smaller. And we'll continue around until we have actually finished that process. Then, depending on how fatigued you are, take a little break. Then we're going to come back and use the paired comparison methodology to rank order those. And it can get tedious, so you're going to have to stay with me on this. What I'm going to have you do is a process that most approximate what you actually have to do as council members. And that is you often have to decide between 2 different ideas, both of them really good. And you're going to see this. You'll hear people groan, oh man, really? I like this one, but I don't. We're gonna have you vote goal number 1 against goal number 2. All for 1, we'll write that number down,
Mine
all
for
for
one.
2. Then I'm gonna have you vote goal number 1 against 3, 1 against 4, 1 against 5. Okay? Then it's gonna be 2 to 3, 2 to 4, 3 to 4, and we'll add those numbers up. And then what'll happen is that distribution will start to occur. And then your goals through that process, a comparative process, after you understand the best you can what it actually means, those goals will like array out. There may be some ties, that's fine. At that point, we don't push the quantitative side of this so much because typically when I see ties, I typically see them in the middle. So that goal list is handed to the staff and I really urge you, be about the top 3, be about the top 5.
Mhm.
Now, if you're providing an array of services in the city, so you don't have any pressure on you to provide a goal for every department in the city. I often hear that, well, shouldn't we have a police goal? Well, maybe in this era of your organization, you should, because you have a heck of a public safety problem, what have you. But maybe you don't, and you have these other issues pressing you that which we've probably talked about this morning. So that's kind of the way it would shake out. Then we'll kind of step back and take a look at it. There's kind of interesting conversation, always goes at the end. I want to finish that process by being able to enable John to ask you and make sure that he is pretty clear, certainly on the top array of goals for sure. If you have any questions about what this might mean or so on. This is not the last moment you'll have with this. You can interact around these, but this we'll leave here with that array and the message that these are your top 3 or your top 5 goals that'll drive the resource package when it comes to implementation. So any questions about, yes?
Thanks. Do these goals need to feed from the planning for the future exercise we did this morning, or can they be?
Excuse me?
Do these need to tie into what we did this morning, or can they be independent of that?
They do not have to tie in. If you have something that you want to nominate as a goal that wasn't discussed this morning, that's fine. You know, I think one of the reasons, so retreats try to do a lot of things. So one of the reasons, there's 2 main reasons for the morning. Those were topics you identified you wanted to talk to each other about. And some of these may not be goals at all, but they're things you wanted to talk about in this forum. And I think we did that. And then others, and you did mention some of them, are things that you feel really important. I think I could predict some things that'll probably end up on the goal sheet. Where, I don't know, but will from this morning's conversation. But they don't have to have appeared this morning. They could come without that. Absolutely. That said, if that happens, just be prepared to articulate, as much as you can, what that goal would be if we did it, so we get the details. This morning's helpful because we did have some discussions that fleshed out some of the details of those larger topics, but yeah. Okay. Other questions? Mike?
As we're writing a goal, what horizon should we use? I mean, are we supposed to be looking at goals that are accomplishable by the end of 2026? Or what horizon can we use?
So typically, these are goals that certainly would be initiated and funded in part in that time period. I say it that way because it's possible for you to articulate a multi-year goal that's real. Capital projects fall into this all the time. If you started, if one of your goals was a capital project today, I'd be shocked if it was finished in 2 years because of design, if you're building something, whatever. But I think that you absolutely would want to start, fund, and make a commitment that's significant in the next 2 years, if that's one of your main goals. We've never put any constrictions on you that just, so I heard a discussion today that I know would take longer than 2 years to complete. So I wouldn't compress you to do that in a 2-year period. Others, yeah, you should get it done get it finished. So
So a goal that will take longer to finish, but that progress can be made during the next biennium would be all right.
From my perspective, if you identified, I'll just use downtown, we talked about it this morning, that's a big project. That's a project that if you actually put it to fruition, I'd be shocked pleasantly if you were finished in 2 years. But if that ended up being one of your top 3 goals, and staff design a strategy and a work plan that starts moving you down the road, of which part of that strategy might be a 5-year vision of what we're actually gonna do, and here's 1, 2, 3, and 4, let's get going on that, right? Then you'd start funding it. But to say to yourself, well, we'll have the complete splash pad in and all the park done and all the stuff purchased and in 2 years, I think that's an unrealistic constraint, would be my view of that. But if you could do it, it'd be great. I mean,
But we could do it. It's the statue of the mayor that may take longer.
well, let me put it to you a different way. If we put a 2-year cap on you, then that would preclude any major projects that went beyond 2 years that you would want to do as a goal. So you would ever do anyone after that. So I think that's a different way to look at it. So sooner's better. Other questions about the process? Paul?
So you have in your guide to the nature of a board director's goal, something's too abstract, something's more on target, centered, as you put it, and micromanagement.
Right.
And you've talked about micromanagement. So you're really looking for us, the most effective one you're saying would be centered rather than fluffy goals. So in this case, you have an example here. So want to check in on that. Secondly, extension of current goals. Could they be, okay. I don't even know what our current goals are. Actually,
So,
but, yeah.
right.
Didn't we have 6 or 7 of them? Or something?
I think that so to me, this is a zero-based build.
Okay.
So if you want something that's already ongoing on there, I'd write it as if, and you can say a continuation thereof, but it would compete against these others. I'm aware that you have a roster of goals, but I was brought in to say, not to ignore that, you can continue that you can put anything you want. I mean, these are your goals, they're not mine, they're your goals. But you're going to be, if you want to continue something you're already doing, I would be really specific about that. And then it would compete in terms of the prioritization with the other things that you identified. So answer your question. Any other questions about the process?
I'm ready to start writing on the board.
Everybody ready? Okay, so just take a few minutes and write down 3 goals,
Done.
2 goals, whatever. 2's better than 3.
I'll be described.
And then we'll work together.
Oh, we can't just go up to the board and start writing?
Well, yeah, no, let's, right. No, it's okay. Okay, go ahead and write your goals.
Acquire real estate for park development within or in the vicinity of the central business district. Require real estate for park development within or in the vicinity of the central business district.
Oh, we're just doing one at a time? Okay. Yep. Mine is, secure property by the end of 2025 or 2026, whichever is feasible, for a downtown park, to hopefully incorporate a splash pad. But not specific to the CBD, just the downtown sub-area plan. No, oh, Mike's was more specific, right? To the, yeah. Mine is in the downtown sub-area plan, so, or the downtown sub-area. I thought his was like more.
Yeah, but.
His is focused to the,
Let's keep going.
okay.
He's thinking gunshots bad.
Hey, whoa. All of that will make itself.
Okay.
Because if everybody you have says the same thing, this time, then we'll go through a process.
Okay.
to get it all fixed out. But you have one other piece of that, though. You gotta buy 2000.
Oh, 2000, end of next year or 2026, 25 or 26. I don't know what's, sure, yeah.
Okay. To procure property within 25, 26 for the downtown park and to start the process. What?
Mhm. Mine's gonna be plan and build.
Always worse.
Okay. Specific, by the end of 2026, acquire land, plan and build an urban park within the central business district that provides opportunities for multi-generational recreational activities, including but not limited to a spray park. Including but not limited to a spray park. Spray pad. Splash pad. Want to read it again? I know, it is really wordy. By the end of 2026, acquire land, build, plan and build an urban park within the CBD it gives us space that provides multi-generational recreational activities, including splash pad.
What is that from? Yeah, it was. Where's that from? Stop it.
Okay. Secure property within the 24-26 time period for a downtown park. Yeah. I'm 25.
All right, well, I'm not gonna get off track. I'll stick with a similar topic. Mine's a little wordy. It said, develop and execute a centralized community space that serves all facets of our community, including multi-generational, diversity of backgrounds, economic needs within our downtown region. The center should reflect Lakewood's values and identity and engage our community to express their arts and cultural backgrounds. Yeah, as I said, it was wordy. Centralized community space. Within our downtown region is how I called it. Yeah, so again, it's that, no, it's that triangle I defined early on. Yeah. That serves all facets of our community, so multi-generational. Diversity, it serves. Yeah. Serves diverse backgrounds and economic needs. And the final piece is engaging our community to express their arts and cultural backgrounds. I should have put it through ChatGPT. Arts and cultural backgrounds.
You know, how you would express that in your final call, the thing I like about all of these things, it provides some definition. So when staff begins to look at this, they'll have, it'll inform you at a level of detail that might not be expressed in the actual goal statement itself, but definitely would be expressed in the strategy. Go about it. Paul, you're up.
So I'm succinct, and but I also use weasel words. Developed downtown park / community center
Develop downtown park. Community center
by the end of 2026.
by the end of 2026.
Okay, I wrote, document achieving milestones and update the climate change work plan to facilitate ongoing progress.
Okay, so this is the climate action plan goal. Document.
Yeah, I want to document achieving milestones and update the climate change work plan to facilitate ongoing progress.
It was kind of difficult for me to put these in order, but I think that this is the right order, given that the other one seems to be doing a good job. So develop a plan to drive redevelopment and encourage mixed use and incentivize development in the downtown and station district. Downtown, the downtown sub-area plan, and then the Lakewood Station District. So come up with ways to incentivize development and redevelopment in those areas. Yep, develop a plan that will help drive redevelopment and encourage mixed use. Mixed use. And I guess an element of this plan would be incentivizing development in the downtown sub-area plan and station district. Yeah, incentivize development in the downtown sub-area plan and the station district. I mean, we do have a plan, but I think that the second part of that is really taking a look at incentivizing development. So that's maybe where mine differs from the current comp plan.
I would like more detail on other funding mechanisms for the future. So we only briefly talked about it just in one venue, the today, but I know there are other funding mechanisms that we could look at to, just because of how the economy is going, inflation, all those things. I think we just should start looking at that and be more proactive on it.
So you would like more information on funding sources available to the council, general or specific?
In general.
So I'm gonna ask you, unless you want this expressly in the goal, John just said, this is the kind of thing that the staff could bring to you in work session or have.
I think that that would be fine. I just would like, I know we have limited time here, so much on our agenda. And I think it just kind of got touched on lightly when we were talking about when it was brought up in the other. So I just think it's something that we could definitely get more information on and I think would be beneficial to all of us. So that would be fine.
All right, so that's gonna happen.
Okay,
So let's just move to the next one.
okay.
And then, hold on, let's get-
Okay, so my last one would be the development and investment in communications, including the expansion of the neighborhood association program. I thought that that was brought up. I thought that that's really good program that I would like to see more investment and resources in. Okay. Just communications. And I added a little bit, including the expansion of, I don't know if it's resources or what they do or the program itself of the neighborhood associations program, getting more neighborhoods to belong to the program. So again, we create that inclusive environment, transparency.
Revisit the downtown sub-area plan to better incentivize redevelopment of underutilized spaces to enhance and promote the city's vision.
You can just put an arrow from mine for that.
Yeah. To better incentivize redevelopment or to incentivize redevelopment of underutilized spaces. I was gonna say within the CBD, but it's implicit when we say the downtown suburban plan, because that's what it is. Underutilized spaces to enhance and promote the city's vision.
Thank you. I'm not sure how to word this, but this is the gist of what I want to do, would like to see. Assure that our works mirror and lead us to a branding of our city. So in other words, similar to
Implement a process to.
at the end, we will realize this is our brand. Something to that effect. I don't know how to say it.
Initiate and
Improve.
a process to establish a city brand.
Right, that's,
What about-
right, that's our identity.
So I've got, develop and improve safe access to Lakewood's natural features. Safe access to Lakewood's natural, right, parks, lakes, et cetera, while also embracing. Catching.
Go ahead and say it,
Oh,
and then we're gonna come back to
okay.
it, so.
Yeah, while also embracing our environmental impact plans, including urban forestry and tree canopy goals. Tree canopy goals.
All right, let's go.
Right, so develop and improve safe access to Lakewood's natural features. And in parentheses, I said parks, lakes, et cetera. While also embracing our environmental impact plans. Environmental impact. Including urban forestry and tree canopy goals.
I'm jumping between 2 and 3, but I'm gonna keep 2 as something that I've kept forever. And it says, implement the TIP and non-motorized transportation plans.
All right, this is the last round.
Okay.
Then we'll go to another one. Mike, third.
Complete the previously identified transportation benefit district, capital motorized and non-motorized transportation projects. Complete the previously identified transportation benefit district, capital motorized and non-motorized transportation projects. Motorized and non-motorized transportation projects. Motorized and non-motorized transportation projects.
continue to make Lakewood one of the safest communities in Washington.
Already did mine.
Finalize and complete Edgewater Park Master Plan by 2026.
Well, the number 3 was to promote, incentivize more mixed-use areas. Incentivize. Incentivize. It's- Mhm. Yeah. Mixed-use areas.
All right, my last one is address human services needs by prioritizing outreach for mental health, addiction, and homelessness, and measuring effectiveness in a transparent, open forum. Yep. Address human services needs by prioritizing outreach for mental health, addiction, and homelessness, yep, and measuring effectiveness in a transparent, open forum. Measuring effectiveness in a transparent, open forum.
Citywide acquisition of future park properties. Future park properties.
So we're gonna go back through now, and I want each of you to explain, and then if you have any questions of your colleagues about what they mean. And this will be kind of interesting in the first 7 go-arounds, because you all identify some version of downtown. So I'm anticipating some consolidation here, obviously, but I want you to listen to any distinctions that you might.
In a central business district, and I left it at that because I found that to go beyond that, the master planning and the planning thing for parks and the funding none of that happens unless you identify the real estate, acquire the real estate, and you know the where. And so for 25, 26, that seems to be the goal that'll ensure that going in the future, we'll be able to do more.
Well, okay, I wanted to just make sure that the central business district and the sub-area plan, are those two synonymous or not?
Let me just say that when I read the goal, it was in within or in the vicinity of the central business district, and that's the sub-area plan. And that's because I didn't necessarily want to stick us right inside those lines if there was an opportunity that was adjacent or close by.
So the central business district is a defined boundary of what the quote-unquote downtown area is. The sub-area plan is an implementation tool to revitalize within that geographic boundary. So the short answer is they are the same. That's exactly right. One is a layer on top of, the underlying foundation is the actual geographic location. The sub-area plan is the next layer on top of that.
Okay. I would just like to clarify that mine, the intention is for the CBD. If we can just make them all say the same thing, if they're all meant to be the same area, that would be, yeah, I'm just saying to clarify mine, I don't want there to be, the only differentiation.
Here's the conversation. Are these the same, are these goals pretty much the same?
Yeah, I believe so. Mine has a date on it and his doesn't.
I think so because I'm focused on, let's get the property.
Yep.
So are you guys okay with consolidating?
Yeah, as long as it has a 25, 26 date on it.
I was assuming 25.
Okay, yep. So we can combine our two. That's, yeah, sounds like we're in agreement there.
Patty. It's me. I believe mine could also be combined with the first one. Because my extra part was I added on there the 25, 26, but it seems like we're all in consensus with that, so.
And it's because I have such incredible faith in our city manager and his abilities that I added an overlay that mine is not just acquire, but also plan and build it, the urban park within the central business district by the end of 2025, 26. Acquire, plan, and build.
Okay, that is different.
It is, because I add plan and build.
Okay, so then, want to add that feature to yours? Or do we want to make these two standalone? Well,
I'm just saying for myself,
for yourself, you want to add?
I would like it added.
I'd like to keep it separate just because some people may have, you know, it may be more important for some folks to get it fully built, or it might be important for people to at least secure the property to know that we can do something. So I would like to keep it separate and have people vote on, because they are two wildly different, you know, fairly different things.
Well, this is nice. Because mine was to secure property 2025, 2026 for downtown.
Is that the same as now 1, 2, 3?
I think so.
1, 2, 3, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think mine just dives into more of the sort of subcategories of it on how to best represent the community in that. I don't think it detracts from the needs of the other one.
State again for your colleagues what this is. Now I'm gonna ask sponsors of that goal right here.
Yeah.
Is it the same?
Right, so for me, it's developing and executing that same space to represent our diverse culture of residents, being multi-generational, diverse backgrounds and economic needs, and reflecting Lakewood's values and identity to embrace our community's arts and culture.
This sounds to me as an amplification on, but nowhere in this goal is there required property by us, et cetera. So
Right.
I'm gonna argue, me, related, in the main form, this may ultimately inform this.
Sure.
But they seem to.
And I will say that mine is enabled or dependent upon the other one of acquiring the real estate and executing on that.
What does that look like? I can't see, I see the words, but I can't
Yeah.
see what they're describing.
Yeah. So to me, it's pulling in our Arts Commission, it's pulling in our Community Services Advisory Board and getting their input on how we structure that community center to serve all the parts of our community. And not just us deciding as a.
So when you say community space, you mean a community center?
I do, I mean.
A build, it's a
center-
building.
Right,
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
So these are different and related.
Yeah.
So what I'm foreseeing here is that the land be developed. I'm with Treston on that there's a building element to it. I'd like it, the land purchased, and I'd like the master planning done. I think by it's 2 3/4 years, and that would allow public comment and whatnot on it.
By end of 26. So this is related to the other two, but now that this is in here, I'm sensing this is a standalone. No?
I think Paul's kind of bridges the two of them, right? Because it's the land and the community center.
It could be part of the master plan.
Yes, if we break out the park element, which would be easier to do, the building adds a lot of cost and complications. So that, I mean, that's a decision we're gonna have to make, but I'm okay with going forward with both. If we can buy enough land, which might be a problem. If we can't, then we'll have to split them. But right now, that's where I'd like to go, that we have a building, we got our splash pad, we've got some kind of open space. We master plan for it. I don't know how much space you need to do that in a proper manner.
That's the planning part.
Effectively, that's the rub. The building adds a lot of complication and cost to it.
Slip something in here that is this. Private lane. What?
Yeah.
Or the land as well, the one, and it is by 26. But this is, to me, a comprehensive version of the other two. And so the question is, with the team that's now over here in one, are they the same thing? This is expanded, there's no doubt it's expanded, big time, not wrong, but different. Okay. So if these look like different goals to me, they're related, but they do, this looks bigger.
It is bigger, yeah.
I don't see.
I might offer a comment that the goal that seems to be consistent is to acquire the land and develop or begin the development or complete the development of a master plan by 2026. Now, the master plan itself might have the components of a building as well as other amenities within the park acquired. The building piece could be part of the plan, but it could be a phase 2 construction or whatever, but at least acquiring the land, completing the master plan, potentially with a building for a second phase or whatever, seems to be the consistent.
I would just say, you know, it depends on the size of the property that we were to secure, because we can do number one in, or like just the park itself and not have a structure in a lot more areas than we can when we have to start bringing in people and parking and everything to a facility. So they're very different in the sense that you can kind of more easily attain the first goal. That can be done, I think, on a lot more different parcels and different areas.
Yeah, and I wrote that and I back it. I think it's a good idea, but I do not want the perfect to be the enemy of the good here. The perfect to be the enemy of the good. So ideally, we would find this thing, but our folks may say, well, that's 2.5 acres, right, to do all that. And that just becomes really unrealistic, right? The cost is too high. You'd have to combine parcels. It would be a mess, right? It would be a big, huge deal. And at that point, we just say, well, yeah, okay, it becomes a 10-year plan to try to complete, or I don't want that to be by adding straws, break the camel's back.
Well, I don't want to combine them. I think, in my view, acquiring the land for a park, that then, once you have done that, then your options are greatly expanded. We could look at lots of the park. we have parks now that we own land and we're still figuring out what to put into them to be able to go and do that. We started off, and I'll use Ward's Lake Park as an example. We have over time been acquiring real estate, and we finally got it to a point of, then we could do some master planning that could, and then do some funding and get on with it. But it all required starting with the basic building block of acquiring real estate. And I think that makes that why I want to have that be a narrow goal, because once you have real estate, then you can decide what you want to do with it. If you're looking for real estate that has to be suitable for a certain thing, that's more difficult.
Agreed. I agree with that, because I think if we acquire the land and engage in the master planning process, the size of the land may inform the utilization.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think it is two separate things. We've got the land for downtown park and we have the goal of a community center. They can each stand alone, or in a perfect world, they go together, but they don't have to. Yeah.
Okay, my intention is, this is a goal to build upon the work that we have done regarding climate change, and that as it stands right now, we have a 15-item work plan that was selected from among the 79 long-term work goals. But in order to make that process be viable and continue to move along, you've got to document the things that are completed and then update the plan to keep it at a manageable number of things that you're working on at any one time. And that, so this is essentially, I'm taking those 79 goals, but I'm saying let's finish some and then add a new ones to go on there, and essentially begin a continuous process of doing that.
Any questions?
This was develop a plan to drive redevelopment and encourage mixed use and incentivize development in the downtown slash station district. So I think that this is nearly the same as Jason's, with exception of I added the Lakewood Station area. So, but I like the wording on his. So, but that's the intent there, is that is to get to encourage redevelopment and incentivize development in those two areas as it relates to mixed use.
Yeah, I guess my question is, how does this plan differ from the two existing sub-area plans?
So,
Which
yeah.
is this is what their intent was.
Yeah, so I just would want to expand on how we can help developers sharpen the pencil to actually get permits in Pierce or in Lakewood. So, you know, we haven't had some of those projects come in yet. So I really want to focus on what can we do to help land some of these projects in Lakewood. And, you know, we've been throwing out, you know, being casting and how are we actually, we've gotten some bites, but how do we get them on the boat?
So are you more in saying not develop a plan?
It would be.
We have a plan. What you want to do is make the plan happen.
Right, yep. Yeah.
And I think in line with what I was trying to articulate was maybe the goal would be to revisit it just to see if the incentives are working to the end that we are intending, right? Because the plan is there. The question is whether we have the right incentives within our plan to make our vision happen, to implement our vision.
Yep.
And if I could go off topic, but on just for a second. One of the things, I talked to John about this. I've been approached by many members of the development community that want to sit down and have this conversation about their experience in Lakewood and what they see as positives and things that can be improved so that their teams can better work with and be incentivized to do good development in Lakewood. That, John and I talked about that mid-April-ish timeframe. Yeah, so as of last week, there are about 12 to 15 people representing different development communities. Yeah, and so that I think will be helpful to inform us on this issue, but that's on topic but off. Yeah, yes, sir.
So, revisiting the plan to look at the things you do, that's a good idea.
Mhm.
When the downtown, I'll use the downtown area plan as an example, that was actually written into the plan to revisit it every 2 years to look how it was doing.
Right.
And what we did, based on the recommendation of the planning commission, in 2022, we said that after 2024, stop revisiting it and only revisit it every 5 years. As opposed to, and whether I agree with it, that was our decision, that we agreed with the planning commission that it should only be reviewed every 5 years instead of every 2. And, so are you recommending going back to a shorter interval or?
Well, yeah, maybe not necessarily. A good point, Mike. But I guess I'm trying to figure out how we can either have this conversation that I'm planning to have with the large development committee, how we can have a conversation to revisit, re-incentivize or incentivize developing these underutilized spaces in the town center. To me, it's low hanging fruit. It doesn't require a huge planning exercise. It requires some engagement somehow and some intentionality to reach out to the development community and say, okay, guys, you guys have done projects in Proctor, you've done them in UP, you've done them here. What are we missing that would enable you, incentivize you to help us achieve the mixed use projects that we have planned to achieve, that we've incentivized through our planned action ordinance to make happen? What are we missing? And it may be that they come back and say, you're not missing a thing, but it would be a low hanging fruit task.
Before this goes on much further,
Please.
Yeah, so that's the most important part of this goal is to talk to the development community, and we do have a plan, but it's figuring out what incentives they need to
Right.
be able to make development happen in Lakewood.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. Yeah.
Any more questions, Ryan?
I just think that just leveraging more neighborhood associations, creating more conversation with them, it helps with getting our information out. So that's why I pulled out the neighborhood associations in that as part of the communications and just putting some more, I know we have a new staff member for that, so just putting some time and resource into that program so we can expand it.
I think we've already chatted about that. Yeah, I think. I think they're saying the same thing effectively. Okay.
Yeah, if we could expand just the Lakewood Station sub area in Jason's goal, that's the only difference.
I guess one point of clarification for John on that. With the, what's the name of the developer out there in Lakewood Station sub area? What's the name of that? Well, no, the big developer. What's the name of the developer out there? Anybody? Anybody?
remember.
Going once, going twice? No, just the project that's coming in. My question is, does that basically subsume that sub area or not? Or is that just a big piece of it?
Actually, there is still quite a bit of room, particularly because that takes up a good bit of space between 111th and the railroad tracks.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's the whole
Demco.
area between 111th and 108th that has got development interest and.
Okay,
and
so then
quite a
I'm
bit of-
fine with that then. Yeah.
So my thoughts at that time was to look at our mission statement and the things that we are proposing to make sure that it leads us to a particular brand for the city.
All right, mine is around developing access to our lakes and our parks and pushing forward our urban forestry program and our tree canopy goals.
My only thought or question when we get to my was it second or third goal, it's my little goal is subsumed by your larger goal, and mine was specifically hitting the low-hanging fruit. Since we're already in the process with Edgewater, my thought would be, let's get a double or triple out of this and be done. Let's finalize the development and build out the master plan for Edgewater Park. Yeah.
And then I want to make sure this official piece, everybody understands.
Yeah,
That's in the fall, implement the TIP and the NFP piece. That self-explanatory, right?
I do want to explain why I did it. We have worked so first of all, transportation is core to being a local government, right? If it's one of the core things, public safety, transportation, parks are core in planning now. And so it's core to what we do. We're not going to be successful under what the expectations are under the Growth Management Act unless we continue to build out our transportation infrastructure, including pedestrian amenities. Because as we grow, it's just going to be a mess. And we've talked a little bit about parking too today. And three, we have worked very hard over the last 10 years to make this a core competency of city government. And I think we have succeeded in that. And now with some changes going on in public works, I want to make sure that we continue that it's clear to everybody involved that this is a core competency of the city of Lakewood.
so my question to you, Paul, is I don't disagree, but for purposes of providing more specific direction to the manager and staff for 25, 26, we heard from Busich a week or so ago, we've already got 60 million in road and infrastructure and non-motorized projects, both planned and funded. So I'm not sure what more this goal for 25, 26 would tell the manager to do.
Yeah, that's a good question. I look at it as beyond. Number one, I look at it as we need to protect it as we go into the
Yeah.
budget. Because it's going to be a difficult budget year. So I don't want people to start thinking, well, we can just not do transportation, right?
Mhm.
we wouldn't be the first local government to, nor would it be the first time in the city of Lakewood's history that they've said, let's just stop fixing streets. I don't want that to happen. So that's in the short term, but I also want us to continue planning in the long term for major improvements.
Yeah, I guess my question, Paul, would be, given that the tip changes every year, you know, then how does this really inform a goal, you know? And in other words, we already have a process of where the tip is updated every year. We go through and do that. And then the tip is an unfunded document. And so then we get to a CIP, you know, that has to be used to implement it. So you really, rather than a goal, this is an important process. But I have trouble translating it in my head to a goal.
Yeah, I think our previous goals in this area have led to staff working very hard at making sure that we are aggressive about going into various areas of the city for equity reasons. And also that we fund those items. It's led to, those early goals led to the development, the passage and implementation of the Transportation Benefit District. That type of effort, you can't let off on that type of effort. The minute you let off on that type of effort, you will stop being successful in getting grants and that kind of thing. You can't keep your foot off the gas. We don't have that choice. But I also want to, you know, included in that, and I mentioned that earlier, was there are discretionary items when you go into the budget that deal with the transportation. And that includes chip sealing, pavement patching, and various things like that, which we do. We clearly don't do enough chip sealing every year. We've been told that by staff. It's that kind of thing. It's top of mind.
So when you say implement, do you really mean fund?
Yeah, absolutely funding, but the implementation part includes keeping an aggressive tip and non-motorized transportation plan going forward, because transportation funding is already 5 or 6 years out.
So okay, you know, this is not dissimilar to Paul's, but I am more narrowly focused in stating this goal in that we have a specific list of projects that we have gone out and used TBD funds, bonding them to complete these projects. And my goal would be to keep those on track and done. And that's, so it's a narrower focus than keep a robust big program. It's let's do this, and given that the fact that we've used that funding source for.
But Mike, I read yours as complete the previously identified TBD in non-motorized transportation. So that's a 6-year plan, and the non-motorized plan is beyond that.
That isn't what I was saying. It has to do with that. the projects that we funded are a combination of transportation, non-motorized projects. For instance, most of them include both roads and sidewalks, and in some cases bike lanes to do that, and then include the sidewalks around Nyanza and the length of walkability, but also improving the safety of the transportation on Mount Tahoma Drive, and finishing up the Idlewild 112th interlock and corridor there to be able to go and do that. And I just didn't, so my goal is, again, it's narrower. I want to keep those on track, on time. And because keeping them on time will help keep them on budget.
Yeah, well, question for Mike and kind of a little bit for Paul. I think I don't want to take away from competing goals that seem so similar to me that, like Mike's is completing, the way I see it is completing the projects that are already on the tip and doing some of these projects that are already funded. And I think that Paul's is saying, yes, let's do that. But I also want to be aggressive in maintaining a long list of projects that we want to get through in the future. And so to me, they kind of go together a little bit.
I'm gonna ask the question of the two sponsors, because it's the same goal, and I want to make sure before I did that, if there's any other questions. Great. The top of clarification, because I am going to come to both Paul, Mike, and go, is this the same, or the standalone, and only those two can decide.
So maybe my question is to you and perhaps to the manager, in response to, I think, Mike's identified goal that touches on Paul's. Is this process, are we trying to identify new goals for the manager to focus on in this biennium? Because to me, he already has this instruction. It's already funded. These projects have to be completed by 2026, the ones that are Councilmanic bond funded. So I'm not sure what we do by, otherwise, I think we're saying, we want you to get this done. Well, he already knows that. So I don't know how this creates a new goal for him for this process today.
So we have not imposed on this process new world. These are your goals. It's very common.
For 25, 26, we want to be focused.
Many times in my practice of these, people have articulated standing things that are already in the works.
Okay.
They do that because they want a message to the manager, the team, and the outside community.
Got it.
This is priority.
Okay,
So
got it.
This does not cap you from bringing something that's already on the list, but this does not assume that, that list is gonna happen in addition to this.
Got it. I just wanted to clarify that.
But from my perspective, so any more questions? Paul, is this the same goal?
I don't think it is. The goal, as I worded it, is funded on identified and funded projects for the near term. The TIP and the non-motorized is a much longer list of projects, most of which are not funded, in which where the effort is, trying to find them, and the order in which they will happen is somewhat dependent upon other people sending us the money.
Just a quick statement on TIP and a CIP. So TIP is Transportation Improvement Plan. So a Transportation Improvement Plan, as Councilmember said, it doesn't focus on funding. It's a policy document. And there's only one reason why cities prepare a TIP. It's so that we can apply for state and federal grants. That's it. They call it a plan for that purpose. And then of course it identifies the funding that we have available, but it is not a implementation plan. It's a policy document so that we can show outside agencies, here's our wish list of projects, and here's why you should give us grant funding. However, the capital improvement program or plan, which is your 6-year TIP or transport, you have one for transportation, you have one for sewers, you have one for parks. that is your implementation tool. And that is where projects are prioritized and where they're funded. So just a kind of a clarification on that. And the same thing with your non-motorized transportation plan. Again, that's a policy document that has identified and somewhat prioritized where you want to make investments to address, you know, the wide range of pedestrian and bicycle mobility issues, among other things. So just a kind of a clarification on that.
No, I don't think they are. There is nuances to mine, I guess.
So you both agree on that?
Yep, this was one of our existing goals and it's, you know, really important. I didn't want to put it higher on my list because I think that in doing some of the other things that we're doing, we're going to help with that and help create, you know, a safe community. The other thing is that we haven't really even talked about public safety today, which is probably a good thing. That probably means that we're doing a pretty good job. And I think that we are doing a good job and we have a good plan in place. And we need to do other things to kind of supplement what's going on right there. So anyway, that's my plan. And I think it's one of the existing plans and it's important, but I think that a lot of the other things that we do are, you know, kind of supplement something else that's going on that doesn't have any issues really.
Any questions?
Yeah, I think it states it as thoroughly as we can. We're in the process. We've gone through the gauntlet. Now it's time to get her done.
Questions on that?
Yeah. I know you got to get grant funding and that kind of thing.
So I just want to make sure that from a wording standpoint, so finalize and complete the Edgewater master plan.
Right.
So the plan is actually going to be complete, well, you're expected to take action in April.
Right.
That will finalize and complete that. So I guess my
The
question
only thing
is,
maybe I would add to that is finalize and complete the Edgewater master plan and acquire the identified property.
so again, that's going to be, I mean, right around the corner. So you say 25 by 25, 26 year.
I'm giving you an opportunity for success. It's going to happen earlier than the end date.
Okay. Okay, that's
Or
fine.
can you get it built? No, you need funding.
That's correct. So we'll be good. And the reason that the master plan is coming forward to you and we need your approval by April is so that we can then apply for funds in May for the next biennium and then begin to design probably the middle to latter part of 25 with construction kicking off on maybe a potential first phase as early as 26. So just from a timeline standpoint.
That's what I'd love to see.
So that's what you'd like to see?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that.
So Jason, is finalize and complete the plan. The plan is going to be finalized here soon. Is the other element that you want to have all of the property secured by 2026 or 2025? Is that the?
Yeah, just as the manager articulated, the plan completed, the property acquired, the design initiated, and perhaps some construction of the first phase, if you will, done by 2026.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
So I'd just say that that'd be nice, but I would say that at the proposed timeline that the Parks and Recreation put forward, given that it's, when, you know, by July 1st, we'll have the property. You know, the master plan will be done and approved. But then when you deal with the combination of design and then permitting and then redesigning based on what the permitting said to be able to go and do that. They weren't envisioned being able to construct it much before 2028 with probably things going on because of the realities of the site to be able to go and do that.
I think that, well, my response to that would be, I get it, but there are probably, yeah, there are components of the work that we can demonstrate to the public that we're making progress. And simple things like cleaning out the blackberry brambles and maybe enhancing the area for people to sit or launch a kayak, or some simple things, making sure that we maintain that it's clean and safe. You know, all those things that we got hit with by good comment. I think those are components of the work we can get done. Whether we can do all of the amenities properly planned and permitted by that end date is maybe not a reality, but there's some phases of it we can do and make happen. That's what I'd love to see. That'd be great. Yeah. Right. But that could be a goal, though. I like it.
Well, I do think we can, by the end of 2024, have the construction accomplished. And if the goal is to make significant progress on implementing the master plan, that's, I think, doable.
Great.
We had briefly talked about combining this with my other one, but I think they're standalone items.
Yeah.
Yours is a bigger piece, yeah.
Well, my third one was to identify a location for senior housing. Yeah. And to include senior housing, that's what I had in mind. In the house, yeah.
It kind
Thank you.
of goes along with maybe the ones that we talked about up above. It's a subset, a little bit of it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're looking for a place to live, Mary? Or what?
Covering all options. Oh, which one was it?
I personally think it could be subsumed within the other goal, because I think we've talked subsumed 9 and 11 or whatever Ryan's and I were. Yeah. Yeah, so like 11 and mine 9, yeah. I think it's all part of that.
Roll into, your goal is 18 roll into combined 11. This is the downtown.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I guess, Mary, I would ask, is your vision for this restricted to the 2 existing sub-area plans, or is it to look within the city, maybe where another sub-area plan or where there are some other areas to do that? You know, for instance, Tillicum comes to mind, where we're evaluating whether, you know, having a plan for Tillicum, or whether a plan should do that. And are there, would there be something in elsewhere? So I kind of read yours as a broader look at the city as a whole to where we might do this, as opposed to just be focused on making the two existing sub-area plans work.
I addressed that because of the conversation we had about people wanting to downsize
Mhm.
and bring it into a more
Transit.
transit area. So I'm thinking just, not the suburbia, not what you said.
So you want to be a standalone though?
No, no, included in that, yes. Right.
Would be cool. Part of the Tilcom sub-area plan.
Because, yeah, we're cleaning that area pretty good.
That me? All right. So mine was addressing the human services needs by prioritizing outreach for mental health, addiction, and homelessness. But to me, it may be more of stronger communication and sharing what we're already doing to address the mental health and addiction and homelessness crisis in our community. And then just a quick process check. I did have a fourth goal that I'd like to add at the end. Another fourth goal of my, I know we're only allowed 2 or 3, but I had another one that may stand alone that could speak at the end. It's breaking the rules. Sure. All right, so it's simple. It's update design standards to account for increasing population density and the impact on, to account for increasing population density and the impact on local parking availability. We didn't capture that. Yeah.
So from what I hear you say, that wouldn't necessarily be restricted to the central business district or the Lakewood Station sub-area district because
No.
of the residential
Exactly,
demands
because of
we're
the
facing.
residential impact of
Yeah,
increasing the density, adding sidewalks,
Mhm,
removing
mhm.
parking, having a plan, because that, as we look 10, 15 years in the future, that if we don't plan for it now, it could be a
Right,
problem.
the ADU issue and everything else.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
that's what's driving it. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Yes. If we hadn't sold properties in the past in this city, we wouldn't be having the debate that we've spent half the day on today about a downtown park. It would have already been, we would have already had the property. And we could be talking about planning and implementation rather than freaking out about purchase. Again, if we're gonna be a city of 85,000 people, we do not have the park infrastructure to adequately deal with 85,000 people. We are not blessed. There's 2 ways to acquire you either acquire it as a city or people give it to you. And we have not been blessed with people who give us property to make into a park. You know, where I grew up, people did that. People don't do that here. They don't do that anymore. So I think we have to be cognizant when, and we have been a little bit in the past, when properties come available and grab them. And I think when we did that in Springbrook Park, we saw that we got really good results for it. But I think we have to be strategic, and I think we have to be tactical in how we approach this, because when there's, 85,000 people here, and I don't know when that'll be, maybe never, but we can't be fighting. The Edgewater Park thing is instructive. If it's public access to water, there are people actively opposed to public access to water. They just don't want it. And you are gonna fight for every single inch. This is just the start. And every neighborhood has a reason. They're always gonna have neighbors that don't wanna park. And we'll get blasted on a downtown park. Don't think we won't. There will be people saying this is the biggest waste of money I've ever seen in my life. This is just a homeless encampment. What are you doing? You know, that no one ever has put a downtown park together. We haven't thought of any of that. So I think we have to be strategic, tactical, think ahead. And instead of not thinking ahead, like when they sold the Safeway store.
So is this goal specific to us, the city acquiring and owning the park space? Or could this be a lease agreement or something where we're getting park space for people, but we don't necessarily own it permanently?
Yes, because because I think there are other governmental entities that might be able to do that with us, but they won't, and for good reason, not want to sell us the property.
So lease or some way to.
Long-term lease.
So I think it's a great goal, and my question is perhaps a little bit more pragmatic. Would not the goal be to enhance our opportunity fund in order to identify and acquire future park property? Because right now we've budgeted $1 million and we've talked about $2 million. We've talked about perhaps budgeting as we can, increasing that fund over time so we have enough to do exactly this.
Yeah, I think it's a practical matter. That's where you get.
Yeah, Mayor, I do think that's a strategy to try to reach this goal, but it isn't the only one.
Right.
For instance, the acquisition and improvement of the boat launch area by Camp Murray is a strategy that as much as the Parks Department would have had it, is that embarking on a development project for Blueberry Park is a strategy or a corner. So I think there's a lot of ways to require the use of property for park space other than just.
Got it. I think it's a good goal.
Okay, we're live. Thank you for being patient while we reconfigured some things that'll help us. So here's the process. Process is going to be a series of votes. Quite a series of votes, because we have a long list of 16 potential goals. The process is paired comparison, and so I'm going to take you through a mini version of this. This one actually doesn't count, but I'm going to teach you how to vote. Not what to vote for, but how to vote, because we're going to try to count that. And at some point in this process, you're going to feel the pinch of a policymaker. Because now you're going to have to vote between this thing, which I really like, and this thing, which I also really like, and oh my goodness, what do I do? And I'll hear groans, I count on it between this. That's okay, that's how it is. So I'm going to call for the vote, and this is how it's going to go. I'm going to do a practice one, but not yet. I want to tell you how this is going to go, and I'll need to see you when we do it. So I'm going to go, and we kind of shorthanded these. Now, we've discussed these, so we're not discussing it anymore. This is voting time. I'm going to go real estate for park versus acquire land by the end of 2026. This is the max version of this. And I'm going to go all for real estate for park. And then you'll raise your hand. So we're going to do a practice one, and you go, all it's for that. If 3 of you raise your hand for that, that gets a 3. This one gets a 4. And then it's real estate for park against execute, develop a community space that's multi-generational. All for the park. You what? You don't understand the vote? Right. So once I get those that are for it, well, I want to see who's for the other one as well. But everybody's voting on every goal. It's either every comparison. Does that make sense? So here's how it'll go. So it'll be 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, 1 versus 5, 1 versus 6. Okay? You what? What was that, Jason? Okay. Well, then you'd vote for number 2 when the comparison came along. These are votes. These are dichotomous votes. These are votes 1 to 2. So it'll be 1 to 2, and then we'll write that down. Okay. Then we'll go second vote, 1 to 3, all for 3, or I stay with 1. I'll push it all the way through. All those for 1. 1 against 4. Got it? 1 against 5. Yeah. Right. Then when we're finished with that, number 2 is up. 2 versus 3. And we record the tallies on each. So what you're going to see is numbers starting to trail across as we do all these comparisons, right? All the way to the end. You know, do you understand it? No, well, I want you to understand it. It's important to understand, because I don't want you to be confused. So you're just voting. I'll call for the vote on a pair. Correct. Always on a pair. It'd be for and against, for and against. Choice. And then we'll go all the way across, and then we'll start again, all the way across. And as we go, of course, the number of votes starts to do this. So right about here, you're going, oh my goodness, couldn't this be over soon? And then we keep going. But it's important we do it, because then what'll happen is you'll see them start to fall out. So we're going to do a practice one, just to, so that you're okay with it. Okay. The first one up is acquire real estate for the park, development in CBD 2024. This is, they're sort of, because you didn't combine them, there's different versions of this one that you're voting on. So number 1 is going to be up against all of these. All those, so number 1 against acquire land, plan and build an urban park. This is the max version of this. All for number 1. Raise your hand. did. By the end of 2020, acquire land, plan and build an urban park, provides multi-generational recreational activities, including a splash pad. We have a max 2 over here. After you acquire the land, do this. Those are the distinctions you made in terms of your goals. So, do you understand? If you don't understand, I need you to understand. So, and I need to do a better job of explaining it so that you do.
Number 2 didn't have the fees. That was
Number 4.
number 4, sorry.
So number 4 is develop park and community center. This is max 2. Max 1. Okay. And then we'll go all the way across. So real estate, then will go against climate change work plan. Real estate 1 against communities, neighborhood association, or communication neighborhood association. Okay. Okay. And you'll help watch?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you ready?
Real or practice?
This is for real. All right. This is for real. And I can't quite see you very soon. No, you can, okay, just make sure you raise your hand real tall. You can sit. Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay.
hold the mic too, Michael?
Well, hold the mic. Okay. Okay. So the first one up is what I would call the real estate for the park development CBD. This is sort of the slim version of your downtown park goal, okay? And it's going to go up against all the rest right now. So I'm calling for the first vote. Real estate for the park against acquire land, multi-generational recreational activities, including the splash pad. All for real estate for the park. Raise your hand. 1, 2, 5. Okay. Number 1, acquire real estate for the park, community space, against multi-generational. All those for real estate for the park. 3, 4. Community space, multi-generational. Okay. Okay. Yes, Jason. Okay. We're going to redo this. Just cross it. Okay. Real estate for the park versus community space and multi-generational. All for real estate in the park. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. That's a 2. Okay. Real estate for the park against downtown parks and community center. All for real estate in the park. 4, 3. Real estate for the park against the climate change action plan. All for real estate in the park. 7. This would be 0. Real estate in the park for development and investment in communications, including expansion of the neighborhood associations. All for real estate in the park. 7. Oh. Real estate in the park for revisit the downtown Lakewood transit sub-area plans, redevelopment underutilized spaces. All for real estate in the park. 7. 0. We're going to get a workout. Okay, real estate in the parks up against initiate and implement a process to establish a city brand. All for real estate in the park. 7. 0. Real estate in the park for develop and improve safe access to Lakewood's natural features. All for real estate in the park. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. 2. Okay, real estate in the park now is up against implement the TIP and NMTP. This is more of the policy perspective. All those for real estate in the park. 7. Zip. Okay, real estate for the park is competing now against the TBD NMTP, which is motorized, non-motorized, these are projects. All for real estate in the park? 661. This is 1. Okay, real estate in the park up against make Lakewood one of the safest communities in Washington, all for real estate in the park. 5, 2. Okay, real estate in the park against Edgewater Master Plan. All those for real estate in the park. 7, 0. Okay, real estate in the park is up against what we'll call the human services goal. Prioritize outreach for mental health, homelessness, and addiction. All those for real estate in the park. 6-1. Real estate in the park is now up against a citywide acquisition for park property. All for real estate in the park, or real estate. 1, 2, 5, 2. 2. And this is our last comparison using number 1. Real estate for the park up against design standards, patient density, local parking, all for real estate in the park. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay, you with me now? Okay. Hang in there. Okay, this is what I call the first max version of downtown. Let me read it to you. By the end of 2026, acquire land, plan, build an urban park within the CBD that provides multi-generational recreational activities, including a splash pad. I want to take a moment to distinguish it from number 4, which is the max 2 version, which is downtown park with a community center. Okay, that's the distinguishing feature. Okay, so now we're going to go up against max. I'm just going to say max. Could you guys, okay, you with me? All right. So max against develop and execute centralized community space in the downtown multi-generational. All those for max. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 3. Okay, here's one we've been waiting for all along. Max against max 2, all for max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Max is now up against climate action plan, all those for max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Max up against communications and neighborhood neighborhood associations, all for max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. Max up against downtown Lakewood urban plans, redevelopment of underutilized spaces, all for max. 7. 0. Max against city brand, all those for max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 0. Max against Lakewood's natural features, all those for max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6, 1. Max against the policy TIP NMTP, all for max. 7. 0. Max against the implementation of projects TBD NMTP, all for max. 6. 1. Max against safest communities, all for max. Excuse me. Are you, okay, 6-1. 6-1. Max against the Edgewater Master Plan, all for Max. 6-1. Max against Human Services, all for Max. 4, is that right? All for Max. Show me your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. Max against acquisition of park property, all for Max. 2, 3, 4, 3. And finally, Max up against design standards, increased population density, local parking, all for Max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Okay. We're going to call this community space. That's going to be the short version of this, community space versus. Okay, we're going to go all the way through. Community space now is up against the community center in downtown, all for community space. Do you need to distinguish the two?
Yeah, one's a park, the other one's the community center.
So community space is defined as develop, execute centralized community space within the downtown region that is multi-generational, that serves diverse backgrounds, economic needs, engage our community, and express our arts and cultural background. This is, and right, it's more general, right? And then, and you want that distinguished from this one? Or are you good? You get it, okay. All right, so it's gonna be community space versus. So community space versus community center, all for community space. 2, 5. Community space versus climate change, all those for community space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Community space is up against communications, all for community space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 2. Community space versus redevelopment of underutilized spaces, all for community space. 1, 2, 3. 3. 4. Community space up against city brand, all for community space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Community space up against natural features, all for community space. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Community space against the policy TIP NMTPL for community space. 7, 0. Community space against TBD project motorized, non-motorized, all for community space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 2. Okay, community space against safest communities, all for community space. 3, 4. Community space against the Edgewater Master Plan, all for community space. 3, 4, 5, 2. Community space versus human services, all for community space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Community space against acquisition of park property, all for community space. 1, 2, so 3. So this is 4. Hold on. Community space versus acquisition of park property, all for community space. 2, 5, 5, okay. The last chance for community space. It's up against design standards, parking, population density, all for community space. 4, 3. I know, hang with me. I promise you it'll work. Okay. All right. Okay, next up is sort of the downtown, the community center version of downtown. And now it's not up against a lot of downtown stuff. We're going to start moving across, and it'll happen more in a hurry here in a second. So this is develop a downtown parks and community center by 2026. Okay. So we'll call community center versus climate change, all for community center. 6. 1. Community center versus communications, all for community center. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. Community center versus transit sub-area plan, all for community center. 2, 3, 4. 3. Community center versus city brand, all for community center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. 2. Community center versus natural features, all for community center. 6. 1. Community center versus TIP policy, all for community center. 7. 0. Community center versus TBD, motorized, non-motorized, all for community center. 6. 1. Okay. Community center versus safest communities, all for community center. 2. 5. Community center versus Edgewater master plan, all for community center. 4. 3. Community center versus human services, all for community center. 6. Community center versus citywide acquisition of park property, all for community center. 4. 3. And finally, community center versus design standards, all for community center. 5, 2. I need a sip. Okay, here we go. Next up is climate action work plan. Are you ready? Or climate change work plan, I'm sorry. All climate change versus communications, all for climate change. 1, 6. 6. Climate change versus redevelopment of underutilized spaces, all for climate change. 1, 2, 5. Climate change versus city brand, all for climate change. 2, 5. Climate change versus natural features, all for climate change. 1, 2, 5. Climate change versus TIP policy, all for climate change. 1, 2, 3. 4. There's no shut out there. Climate change versus TBD, all for climate change. 2, 5. Climate change versus safe communities, all for climate change. 1, 5. Climate change versus, or six, the other five. Climate change versus Edgewater master plan, all for climate change. 1. 6. Climate change versus human services, all for climate change. 3. 4. Climate change against acquisition of park property, all for climate change. 1, 2, 5. And finally, climate change versus design standards, all for climate change. 1. Okay, next up, communications. And this is development and investment in communications, including the expansion of neighborhood associations, okay? Communications versus transit sub-area plans, all for communications. 3. 4. Communications versus city brand, all for communications. 5. 2. Communications versus natural features, all for communications. 4. 3. Communications versus TIP policy, all for communications. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. Communications versus TBD, all for communications. 3. This is 4, 3. Okay, communications versus safe communities, all for communications. 0. 7. Communications versus Edgewater master plan, all for communications. 1. Communications versus human services, all for communications. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. Communications versus acquiring park property, all for communications. 3. 4, 3. And finally, communications versus design standards, all for communications. 2. 2. 5. Okay, the countdown continues. We can do this. About halfway through. All right. So we're going to call this, okay, downtown and transit sub-area plans. Again, right, but I want a short word. What can I use for short? Redevelopment of underutilized. Okay.
Incentives for redevelopment.
Okay.
I say incentives for redevelopment.
Okay, incentives. It's gonna be incentives. I like that word. Incentives against the rest. You know what this is? Okay. All right. Incentives versus city brand, all for incentives. 7. Incentives versus natural features, all for incentives. 5. 5 for incentives. 2. Incentives versus TIP policy, all for incentives. 5. 2. Incentives versus TBD, all for incentives. 4. 3. Incentives versus safe communities, all for incentives. 2. 5. Incentives versus Edgewater master plan, all for incentives. 1, 2, 3. Incentives versus human services, all for incentives. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. Incentives versus acquisition of park property, all for incentives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And finally, incentives versus design standards, all for incentives. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next up is city brand. Countdown. All right. City brand versus natural features, all for city brand. 1, 7, or 6, the other. It's like city brand versus TIP policy, all for city brand. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. City brand versus TBD, all for city brand. 1, 6. City brand versus safe communities, all for city brand. 0, 7. City brand against Edgewater, all for city brand. 1, 1. 6. City brand versus human services, all for city brand. 1, 6. City brand versus acquisition of park property, all for city brand. 1, 6. And finally, city brand against design standards, all for city brand. 1, 6. Okay, next up will be natural features versus the remainder. Okay, you need me to develop and approve safe access to Lakewood's natural features while embracing our environment. Okay, you guys know what that is? All right. Natural features versus TIP policy, all for natural features. 1, 2, 3, 4. Natural features versus TBD, all for natural features. 2, 5. Natural features versus safe community, all for natural features. 1, 6. Natural features versus Edgewater, all for natural features. 2, 5. Natural features against human services, all for natural features. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. Natural features against citywide acquisition of park property, all for natural features. 1, 6. And finally, natural features against design standards, all for natural features. 1, 2. So that's 5 there and 2 up. 2 right here. Okay, next up is, correct. Very good, thanks. Okay. Implement the TIP and NMTP policy. This is the broader version, okay? That'll go against the remainder, okay? TIP versus TBD, all for TIP. 2. TIP versus safe communities, all for TIP. 0. TIP versus Edgewater, all for TIP. 1. TIP versus human services, all for TIP. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. TIP versus acquire park property, all for TIP. 1, 2, 3, 4. And finally, TIP versus design standards, all for TIP. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. Okay, we're getting there. Next up is TBD. Complete the previously identified funded TBD NMTP projects. Okay, we're going to call that the TBD. TBD versus safe communities, all for TBD. 3. TBD versus Edgewater, all for TBD. 1, 2, 3. TBD versus human services, all for TBD. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. TBD versus acquire park property, all for TBD. 5. 2. And finally, TBD versus design standards, all for TBD. 5. 2. Okay, next up, safe communities. Safe communities versus Edgewater, all for safe communities. 5, 6. 1. Safe communities versus human services, all for safe communities. 5, 6. Safe communities versus acquire park property, all for safe communities. 6. 7. It's all right. This is 0. Okay, and safe communities against design standards, all for safe communities. 5. 2. All right, we're getting down there now. Edgewater's up. Edgewater versus human services, all for Edgewater. 3, 4. Edgewater versus acquire park property, all for Edgewater. 5. 2. And Edgewater versus design standards, all for Edgewater. 1, 2, 3. 4. Okay. Okay, human services up next. Human services versus acquire park property, all for human services. 1, 2, 3. Human services versus design standards, all for human services. 1, 2, 3. And much to your disappointment, the last comparison of the day. Citywide park acquisition versus design standards, all for park purchases. 1, 2, 3. 3. Thank you. Take a break. We'll see who won. We have a couple ties, which is not that uncommon. At this juncture, the numbers, you'll start seeing highs and lows. The mid ones, if you're a number person, you realize that starts, the meaning of that starts to evaporate. What we've done is we've put the top 5 of these goals, we've starred them in green so that you can see them across the board. Obviously, the different versions of downtown park plan are there. In a minute, I'm going to ask that you guys converse and make sure, and John, if you have questions about what that means or any of them, as always, I urge you to look at your top 5. The rest, none of these will be lost because we'll capture them and so forth. But my bias is go low and go good. That's my advice to you. So questions, conversation. Any surprises? Well, one of the things I see is the outside guys, you're gonna be buying some property. Now, what you do with it along the way and all, and the order of march is really the distinguishing features of that. Right, so that jumps off the page right away. I think.
The other thing there is, it's not necessarily just one piece of property, it could be.
Right.
With a different application.
Right, it's all about downtown. What's number 5? This is an extension of an existing statement that you have, goal statement. Okay. So what this says to me is you would have measures of that and it'd be comparative measures. In other words, you'd measure that and it'd be somehow standardized if you look across the state or something. 67%, okay. Okay. No, but these are what you want. These are your goals. This is what you see as important to your city.
Helping him narrow our collective focus to achieve goals. Yeah, the public safety thing is really ongoing. Always ongoing. For all of us in the city to keep it safe. But I think having, for the manager's benefit, those identifiable, achievable, hopefully, goals for the next 2 years of the biennium is really, I think, what our hope was today, from my perspective. Because I think if you take the public safety off the table for a minute, because to me, that's an overarching goal with everything we do. What are some of the things we really want to accomplish and get done? And I think these bubble to the surface, obviously. Is there anything else outside of the green asterisk ones that we want to provide focus on?
Go down the list by the numbers, right?
Yeah.
They're ranked 4, 5, 6 is down here. It's, design standards.
Yeah, the design standards is bubbling to the surface.
7 is the.
Edgewater Park needs to be the low-hanging fruit that gets done, right? The incentivization, right, of the central business district redevelopment.
Possibly the citywide acquisition that ranked pretty high.
Mm-hmm,
I know that's a tie-in, but it's broader.
yeah. So what do we need to do with this to make it actionable
achievable, concrete enough to meet the standards for the goals we talked about today, the framework of goals.
So if you're asking me what you would do with this, I tell you what I would do with this. I would take the top 5 goals and I would hand those over to your administrative team to design implementation strategies. If these are goals that fall into the bucket, well, we've been doing this, let's see, maybe public safety is one of those, okay? If I'm the manager, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, right?
Right.
Because, you know, there may be things that the manager and the chief would sit down and say, if you took a look at some standardized measure, if this is your goal, it's a comparative piece across the state of Washington, and there's measurable, you know, different metrics for that, you know, I'd look at that and go, what do we need to do to raise that? But I wouldn't, given the nature of that goal as an example, I probably wouldn't do much different unless there's certain areas that we felt we could impact. And then I'd develop a strategy for that.
Or maybe the strategy on that one, for instance, is if there's metrics that we would like to do better at versus other communities similarly situated across the state, that might be part of it.
So when I listen to your conversation about that, and what that says to me is that you want to measure your city against other cities across the state. You didn't say this, but that, you know, there are metrics that are standardized. Obviously you do that. I think that's one measurement, one way to go about doing it. There's a variety of ways to measure that. But again, that's a generalized goal that I would either keep doing what I'm doing, or I'd see where we could raise our metrics. And if, say, we weren't in the top echelon of the state in burglaries or something, I might do something in that. But all of these goals are designed to be actionable. Your decision to make them subtly different was well discussed today in depth. And so the distinctions between these goals are yours that were important to you. When I look at this, your top goals are all about this park, or some version of the downtown piece of that. And that sounds and looks like a big project, just from the outside guy's perspective. But it's not really my view. It'd be more how John sees this and how that informs him or not in terms of going forward. He may have questions for you and some conversations that need to be had. I'd let you, John, speak if you have questions.
Thanks, Mayor. So, you know, those 4 right there, so they're pretty clear to me what needs to be done. But I also just want to say, you know, manage expectations, because I see by 2026, I think there's a portion of deliverables within that set that can be done by 2026. But let me just start with the not so positive stuff, the building a community center by 2026. I just want to be clear, that's not going to happen. However, developing, or rather acquiring land, developing a plan and a path forward, and maybe having something done by the end of 2026 is probably, for the most part, can be done. The caveat to that, as it relates to acquiring land, is you may have to take some action, some unpopular action, because we can only negotiate to a certain point. So I would just leave you with that. But if you're willing to do that, and as well as if you're willing to move forward with the tax increment financing tool, then I would say yes to that moving forward. The community center, from a financing standpoint, that's going to be a separate standalone item. I just want to be, that's something that will probably require either a voter approved initiative, either as a capital bond, or perhaps the formation of a standalone parks district, which cities have the authority to do. So you do have tools in the toolbox to be able to address that. But I think by the end of 26, could we have a plan? Because you want to involve the community, you know, beginning, you know, late 25 into 26. So I think considerable, you know, we could put together a strategy and an outline of, you know, where we are, what it would take, and where I would expect us to be. But I think there's some combinations there.
Possibility, maybe, the library district to their planning process.
With all due respect, Mayor, I can only, and I know the public's listening, I'm an open book. I can only control what I can control. You can only control what you can control. So the short answer is that would be great if they're ready to do something, so.
I think we need to deal with a community center and a new library. If we're going to compete against the library district for what voters are going to vote for. Because they both have that same requirement of they need a voter approved tax on themselves.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. The other comment I would just add on the area of public safety would be, this sends a message to me that you're pleased with the resources that we have, not to say that we can't be more efficient in how they're invested or how services are delivered. But what I'm hearing is certainly making cuts or stuff like that in the area of public safety. I'm not hearing. That's what I'm just.
It's not an open-ended check. It's not an open.
No, I understand.
And you're at 99.
No, actually, we're at 100. We added
We're at
one.
100 and we never approved 100. So we need to be cognizant in budget situations that this isn't an open-ended commitment. We have a regional police force that does a lot of stuff outside the city of Lakewood. Our concern, that concern there is policing inside the city of Lakewood.
And by the way, you've approved 100 police officers, but in the current biennium, you've only financed 96. Now, I've been using savings elsewhere within the police department to staff up to that level. And the fact of the matter is that the results of that have been very, very favorable. And, you know, the chief will be coming forward with first quarter, police report, which will further illustrate that.
I think the other thing is that we have been and want to continue to be open to investments that can improve our performance in public safety. And I've been pleased with Chief Smith being willing to bring those forward, but he's been more restrained than some of the chiefs we've had in the past that wanted to just try everything. He's been asked, when he comes to us, he's bringing things that are sort of proven tools to help. On technology, primarily being able to go and do this, but also some of the things he's doing with respect to training. So, I think that we're somewhat satisfied with the portion of the police budget that is going to police. I think if we look at the public safety budget, it's a question of, is the municipal court generating as much help in terms of public safety as it did in earlier years?
Try something. Just as the outside person looking at the content of these goals, taking public safety out for the discussion for a moment, because in terms of its number. So I look at of your top 5 goals, 3 or 4 of them are really in the same zone. They're just different versions thereof. And again, I'm the least informed person, but I know a little bit about capital projects and design of big projects. They have an order of march. They have a process that's involved in them. And so when I listen to your goals here, I pushed you pretty hard. Is this the same goal or not? And you said, no, it's not. It's different. When I step back and look at these, this is a distinct project to me that has different components that's informed by today, but you're going to start in a certain way and proceed. These goals didn't say, take a hard and John pushed back real hard, really, if I'm pushing this too far out of the zone from being informed. this looks like the same goal to me in practicality. Absolutely, because in the end, it's not gonna hire 3 different designers and go do 6 different ways. It's gonna kind of converge. So operationally, if you start to operationalize that goal, I don't care which one of these rose to the top. And now we're talking about numbers that are indistinguishable, really. Any math person in here now knows, okay, are they that much different in terms of 1 or 2? The reason I'm a little hesitant to say these things is because maybe John, in your world, you're looking at this going, no, these are very different and I'll do different things, but it doesn't look like that to me. I mean,
I agree with that. They're different, but they're really quite the same. And I think they can be all coalesced into one comprehensive. That's great. Absolutely, Mayor, kind of building upon each other over time. The other thing looking at this that I would recommend, I think that's one key large goal. I think the other one is, of course, public safety. I would suggest that the council consider having another goal that would focus on number 7 and number 16. I think they do go together. I think they could be separate even. But I would I'm being a little self-serving here with my team, and that the folks working on these goals are different. So, there's not a lot of there's some cross-pollination, but I can have, for example, a couple of departments focused on that. I can have another department focused on those goals. And of course, public safety is LPD. Oh, thank you. I wanted to point that out. Edgewater, I would not, because you're going to be making a policy decision on that now. And that's off to the only way that doesn't move forward is if you don't give the direction to apply for the funding and approve the master plan.
So we have downtown park, or we put some name to it, public safety.
And economic development incentives within the sub areas.
Yes. 3.
And then some.
Essentially, you want to work with 3 and make the sub-area plan.
I like the idea of 3 because having kind of sub goals within a goal, I'm okay with.
You got the park stuff, economic development,
Yep.
safety.
Yep. And the reason I say that, because today I heard a lot of conversation about economic development and incentives. And I think the park has been, quite frankly, a low hanging fruit for this body. They just needed to get it out on them and really move forward.
So in doing this, what I'm going to do is I'll take some pictures of this and we'll get some notes. I would draft a report that reflects this long list. I may converse back and forth with John to get the proper verbiage for what we just said here. Okay, so that it hangs, right? And we can figure that. Absolutely. So I think that what was interesting to me was your discussion and how you handled the discussion about the subtle differences on your main thrust. And that was interesting to me, primarily because of the dynamics between you. We're very respectful and willing to, I don't know, I liked how that went. To me, I think first of all, you've developed a lot of different ideas. The other thing that struck me here is none of these things seem to surprise anybody. No one here went, where'd that come from? I don't understand that. What's that all about? Well, that's not always the case when I do these exercises. More often than not, it's just the opposite. People are going, and so.
And I would just say to the mayor and the council, some of these other items are actually things that you've already given policy direction on that are happening. So, for example, neighborhood associations and communications, I hear that loud and clear, and I have been for a while. The other one is, the urban forestry program and the tree canopy, the council, you've given clear policy direction, and that's a huge lift for a couple of our departments, and so that's moving forward. Of course, this is happening. I would say, not for this retreat, but maybe in 2 years, or maybe even next year,
I think maybe in 2026, I think as a council, you need to start having a policy discussion on the next set of transportation and non-motorized projects. Not to say that things are going to be running out, but I think you're going to be at that point, right? I just wanted to plant the seed with you on that. And then the other, we talked about this. I want to come back to this. Human services. So, I think you've got a great relationship with your Community Services Advisory Board, and I think it's just being clear with me, if you do want more metrics and things like that, we can accommodate that. That's something that can be accommodated, but that also comes down to how you determine those priority areas of investment, and then what we put in our contract requirements. So that can be addressed. So the acquisition for other park property. So I would just ask on that, every once in a while, stuff happens, and if there's an opportunity, like for example, if a piece of property comes available next to American Lake Park or Harry Todd Park, I think, we can take advantage of that. And if I get a nod from council on that, that's certainly something we can keep an eye out for. So that's kind of my commitment to you.
Okay, so, that's it. Actually, first of all, I want to thank you for working hard. I know that last piece is like sort of mind blurring, but, thank you for doing that. I think the next step is, I'll get the notes, we'll draft a report. I'll work with John and his team to get that report in a place that captures what we have done, is informative. But there will be some development work in terms of verbiage and so on that John's team will do to refine what we just talked about. So anything else before we say goodbye? Yeah, okay, Mr. Mayor.
Any questions for the good of the order? Anything else from council members?
No.
Mr. Caulfield, anything else? We're adjourned.